Okay, hello to those of you watching at home on the live stream. I apologise for any technical difficulties that we've had so far. I don't think that we ever went live originally because I've just had to fiddle around with all of the settings and all of that to get ourselves live. I've been talking to you for about 25, 30 minutes now, and it hasn't been coming through. So I do apologise for that, and we've missed a few qualifying sessions. So just to run you through that, or we will do in fact, after this one, as the next one gets underway. But we will continue to focus on this session at the moment. And, well, it'll be Santiago Simeone still at the top, 37.6 now for his lap time. Very, very good lap time indeed. That keeps him on that pole position. 37.675 for himself. TJ McLeish finds himself in second place at 37.8. So he's been able to get up to speed in this session, doing very, very well indeed to get himself into the 37s as 4 karts into the 37s at the moment. 137.6, which has just been set by Santiago Simeone. 137.7, which has just been set by TJ McLeish. Harrison Outram has a 37.8, and Filip Polishkov has a 37.9. Then it's 38.3s, 38.5s, and then 39.7 to round out this field. But Santiago Simeone, TJ McLeish, Harrison Outram, and Filip Polishkov with a very good gap up at the very top of this field. And, well, TJ McLeish, who did not take part in this practice session today, it's good to see that he's been able to get his way up to the top of the field, or at least hasn't got any time lapse on the board in the practice session that we had earlier with 1 minute to go. Santiago Simeone continues to lead the way, keeps setting 37.6s. So the 27, probably the favourite for pole position at the moment. TJ McLeish under a tenth behind though, so anything's possible. Filip Polishkov, 37.815 on the previous time. So he will be getting closer to the top, ahead of Outram on into third place, as we now have 40 seconds to go. So if you want to set one more lap, you need to cross the line right about now. And we will see that from Polishkov and Outram. As well, Theodore Nursmore, Lewis Jackson, Mohamed Umar Abdeen, and then Oliver Stonebrook and Dylan Patrick will be coming to the line, and everybody will be setting one more lap time in this session. Theodore Nursmore might well be able to sneak in another one as well as he crosses the line right now. And yes, indeed, the 58 is going to be able to go on to one more session. It might be very close as well for some of the other karts. As well, it's cutting down to about 6 seconds left in the session. Who's just crossed the line? That'll be Santiago Simeone to be able to set one more lap time as the checkered flag is waved. Filip Polishkov is going to end his session with a 37.815. That'll be the best lap time he sets. Harrison Outram goes up to second place, the front row of the field, snatched it off TJ McLeish, who's not able to improve. No improvement either for Lewis Jackson or Mohamed Umar Abdeen or Oliver Stonebrook. So TJ McLeish dropped down to third place. Harrison Outram onto the front row of the field at the very last moment. Theodore Nursmore with a personal best that will keep him in fifth place. Dylan Patrick and Santiago Simeone, the final lap times to be set, and Dylan Patrick doesn't improve. What can Santiago Simeone do? He's already got pole, and he keeps it just over half a tenth ahead of Harrison Outram. So very, very close indeed between the top few, and this might be the most exciting in terms of the gaps between them. Santiago Simeone, Harrison Outram, TJ McLeish, split by less than a tenth of a second. If you include Filip Polishkov in that as well, it's less than 0.2 of a second. But we'll run you through the orders of the qualifying sessions nice and quickly on the live stream, as we'll be getting our Junior Rotax Max karts out there very soon. In the first qualifying session, it was the Cama Bambino time qualifying. Aurelio Capalonga took that pole position. Harry Green in second. River De Giorgio Miller in third. And Jax Woolmington in fourth place. And then in the Honda GX200 cadet time qualifying, it will be Harry Grant who took the pole position ahead of Kian Kimber. Dominic Ushak in third place and Ted Fry in fourth. Callum Ryan in fifth place. Freddie Williams in sixth. Brandon Lakshow in seventh. And Chase Woolmington in eighth. David Chuaka and Jaden Bond on the 5th row of the field, with Oscar Baker and Max Archer rounding out the field. Then the Micromax cadet time qualifying, it was Hugo Senna that took the pole position, Cal Vieira in 2nd place, AJ Halil in 3rd, Leo Hunt in 4th, then Ezra Robinson Matthews, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Cooper Galloway, Tommy Lovejoy and Ralph Dempsey. Then to round out the qualifying session that we've just had, it was the one that, of course, we just saw, the Inter-Rotax, Dylan Patrick, Santiago Simeone, Philip Polishkov, Lewis Jackson, Harrison Outram, Theodore Nurse-Moore, TJ McLeish, Oliver Stonebrook and Mohammed Umar Abdeen. Those drivers qualifying as... Where is it? We're going to get the Junior Rotax Max time qualifying underway, and we've got the biggest field so far with 15 karts on the road at the moment. Harry Friel with the fastest lap time so far of 37.764 for himself, as Ronnie Jones and Ayrton Ray go quicker than that. 36 is being flown in. Everybody coming to the end of their first real lap times. Ayrton Ray up at the top, the 118 with a 36.260. Ronnie Jones in 2nd place, 36.582, just ahead of Dylan Suresh in 3rd place, as Harry Friel displaces everybody at the top of the field. There's a spinner as well, that's the number 12 of Felix Jolly, who's able to avoid everybody and keep himself going in this session. Of course, it's a scary moment when you do have a spin and you don't know whether you'll be able to get out of the way of everybody, but that's in fact what he did, and he's able to just keep himself going once again. But it's Harry Friel up at the top. Now Harry Search alongside him on the front row with the 36.213, exactly 600ths ahead of Ayrton Ray's last lap time, and just under a half a tenth of a second behind that front row is Ayrton Ray in 3rd place. Then Dylan Suresh, Mia Minot, Ronnie Jones, Timmy Shahini, Declan Perez, Tigran Gregorian, Vinnie Cunningham, Harvey Watts, Ronnie Chapman, Tyler Nickelbean, Susanna Mikalovska, Felix Jolly and Lachlan McDougall, who hasn't got a time lap so far. More 35s being set, and it's Ayrton Ray now who holds that position at the top of the field. Tigran Gregorian in 2nd place, 35.822. Harry Friel in 3rd, dropping down a couple of positions as he didn't improve on that last lap. Ronnie Jones just dipping into the 35, so 35.996 for himself. And that's very, very good indeed to see the improvements. And it will be a very close qualifying session, I think. Practice, Ayrton Ray was able to eke out the gap on everybody else at 35.645, over 3 tenths ahead of Tigran Gregorian in that 2nd place. As Ronnie Jones, fastest of all, very, very close indeed between himself and Ayrton Ray at the moment. 0.007 of a second between the top 2 karters. Tigran Gregorian finds himself in 3rd place, although just displaced by Harry Friel, so very, very close indeed. And they didn't even nearly reach these heights in the practice session, which shows they were just burning rubber. The fastest lap time is 35.645 by Ayrton Ray. Gregorian set a 35.9. They were the only 2 35 lap times. At the moment we've got 6, and there is another improvement from Ronnie Jones, a 35.501 for himself. Gregorian improving on his last lap as well, as was Dylan Suresh, a 35.6 and 35.7 respectively for those 2 karters, as this is probably the closest field of all so far. This will be an incredibly exciting race later on in the day, as we've got 2 minutes 57 left in this qualifying session. Ronnie Jones came from, if you were to take the practice times completely out of context of everything else, he came from pretty much nowhere to be competing at the top of the field. His practice time was less than a second, or just over a second even, off his current lap time. So fair play to Ronnie Jones. Must have been doing the race runs, as Ayrton Ray up to the top of the field once again. 35.390, and Tigran Gregorian gets close to Ronnie Jones, a 35.571 for the man in 3rd place at the moment, at 377, who is chasing the top row of the grid. Dylan Suresh improved on his last lap, as did Timmy Shahini. Everybody else settling into a rhythm out there around the 950-metre Rye House Kart Raceway. Another improvement from Ayrton Ray, another improvement from Tigran Gregorian, and that is now your new front row. 35.382 for Ayrton Ray, 35.403 for Tigran Gregorian. That's a very, very, very tight gap and quick pace indeed. Tyler Nickelbean improves to what was 11th place, now down to 12th, as he gets a 36.461. Vinnie Cunningham is going to drop down a position as Ronnie Chapman he moves up into the top 10 with a 36.228 for himself. So a couple of improvements for some of these karters. Zuzana Mikulovska is going to improve, but not going to improve in positions, as Ronnie Jones back up to the front row of the field, 35.382 for himself. He's going to be 0.015 behind the leader. He's going to be 0.019 ahead of Tigran Grigorian in that third place. So very, very tight indeed towards the end of this qualifying session. Mia Minot goes up into the top 9, a 36.188 for the number 7. A very good lap time from them, and that will be... They'll be hoping to improve on that even more, and maybe even get into the 35s. That'll be the target for most of the karters out there, I think, as, 1 minute left in this session. Ray doesn't improve, Jones doesn't improve, nor does Grigorian, so we've got 3 more laps, I'd imagine, from those 2, or maybe even 2 more laps from those 3 to be able to pump in Timmy Shahini personal best, Harvey Watts personal best as well, staying in 7th and 8th place respectively. And Mia Minot, another personal best for herself. Tyler Nickelbane as well, up to 12th place, and we've got 34 seconds left on the clock. So some of the karters, those who are crossing the line now, are on to their final lap times of this session, and with the top 3 split by 0.03 of a second, this is going to be a nail-biting finish to this session. Timmy Shahini climbing up to 7th place, steady improvements from the number 240, who continues to climb his way up in this qualifying session, up to 7th now with 6 seconds left on the clock. Who's going to miss out on setting another lap time? Not Tyler Nickelbane, who improves once again up to 10th place. Felix Jolly gets the 36.812, and he has taken the checkered flag. Ronnie Chapman follows through, so that's 2 karts now to the line. Ronnie Chapman didn't improve. He will start from a peak of 12th place. Who's next up to the line? It will be the top 3, none of them improving, so it stays Ray, Jones and Grigorian in that order. Suresh, Search and Shahini all to the line. Shahini did improve once again, as did Vinnie Cunningham, who climbs up to 11th place very late on in the day. Mia Minot and Declan Perez, as well as Harry Friel, the last ones to come to the line. And there's no improvement from any of them. So it will be Ayrton Ray to take that pole position. Ronnie Jones in 2nd place. Tigran Grigorian in 3rd, alongside Harry Friel on the 2nd row of that field. Dylan Suresh and Harry Search in 5th and 6th. Timmy Shahini in 7th, with Harvey Watts in 8th. The last of the 35 lap times, just dipping into the 36s, is Mia Minot, alongside Tyler Nickelbane on the 5th row of the field. Then Vinnie Cunningham in 11th, Declan Perez in 12th, Ronnie Chapman in 13th, Zuzana Mikulovska in 14th. Felix Jolly and Lachlan McDougall will round out the field, the 16 kart field, for your Junior Rotax Max qualifying session, and we will see where they stack up as they head into the race session. The next karts to fire up will be the senior Rotax Max, and so we will see what they are capable of for the race session. As it's great to get karting action going once again out here on the Rye House Kart Raceway. It's always lovely to see this little circuit in Hoddesdon, 950 metres, just so very bathed in sunlight, really. So it's a perfect day for karting action. And so it's going to be very good fun throughout the course of today. It's set to remain the same conditions, I believe. But, of course, weather can be unpredictable. But we hope that it remains as warm as it is already, and as, well, sunny as it is already, as the first laps for the senior Rotax karts will be completed. And, well, of course, they are just the out laps. They are just the sighter laps for those drivers. And they'll be going for their first real push laps now. If we have a look at the practice session, it was Anthony Parfit with the pace there of 34.962 for the 47, and Mikhail Islam in 2nd place there. So that's two Carters to look out for, Lewis Joyner and Ryan Welsh as well. The top three into the 34s, and Ryan Welsh 3,000 outside of it. As well, we will be getting our first real-time laps on the board, and it will be a little bit slower than 34s, but they'll take a little bit longer to get themselves underway. Mario Smith, fastest lap time of everybody so far. They're going to be up to the top of the field with a lap time already better than their practice time. It'll be a 35.074 for the 78. Mikael Islam in second place with a 35.208. And Ryan Welsh just jumping up to third, 35.309 for himself, just ahead of Anthony Parfitt. And Anthony Parfitt just over a tenth ahead of Callum Scrivens. I've been proven wrong. Callum Scrivens improves, as does Mikael Islam, who goes fastest of all, 34.891 for the number 22. He is now your provisional pole sitter, as Marius Smith does not set a lap time that gets anywhere near close to Islam at the very top of this order. Everybody else improving, so the lap times aren't necessarily representative just yet of the order that's going to be in, as well, the first few minutes are just going to be about getting back used to the track, doing a couple of sighter laps, but they're straight underway. Ryan Welsh, 34.708 fastest lap time of all. Mikael Islam with that 34.846 holds that second place. Anthony Parfitt in third, as that's a big improvement from Franklin Vassama, up to 7th from what was 16th and last in the field. Thomas Aswad as well up to 9th, and Carson Fernandez up to 10th as well. So everybody getting themselves now a little bit more used to the circuit, warmed up to the circuit, as Anthony Parfitt holds that second place now at 34.818, puts himself ahead of Mikael Islam. Ryan Welsh another 34.7, but it's not going to be an improvement on the previous one. Callum Scrivens improving, but holding 5th place. Luigi Pellini holds 6th, and Jasper North moves up to 7th, as there's more moving and shaking in the order. Everybody else sorting themselves out into position. Of course, qualifying is very, very important, especially with how short and sharp the races will be. Take, for example, Heat 1. Heat 1 will be a total of about 13 laps, which around here is absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing indeed. Because if you take those 13 laps and you times it by the lap times they were setting, which were, let's say, 35.2, for argument's sake, that's not the calculation you do, is it? As Ryan Welsh, 34.6 now, 34.677, ahead of Anthony Parfitt, who holds that second place. I'm going to continue to try and do the maths in the meantime. Right. So if they do 13 laps that are 35 seconds long, I've worked it out, it's about 8 minutes per race session. Oh, that maths was interesting. But yeah, so we will see what the drivers are going to be able to do in this session, which of course will prove more crucial later on. 34.677 for Ryan Welsh at the top of the field, 34.763 for Anthony Parfitt, 34.8 for Mikael Islam and Mario Smith, 34.9 for Luigi Pellini, and now for Lewis Joyner, who's just jumped the 46 into 5th place. Big improvements as well for Chloe Kunjasic and Alex Cooper. Thomas Aswad also jumping up a place, and Carson Fernandez. Fernandez seems to be, he'll set a lap, and then he'll drop down a little bit, and then he'll set a lap again. So I think he's just charging himself up for good laps and then calming down on the rest of the laps, and then going for another good lap again. And at the moment, works for him, just outside the top 10 with a 35.308. Luigi Pellini with the fastest lap for himself, and Lewis Joyner improving once again. He gets himself into the 34.8s now, as Alex Badea improving up to 14th, and Franklin Vassama up to 35.143 for himself. 9th place, gaining 5 places on where he was with the previous lap time. And, well, Anthony Parfitt getting closer and closer to the back of Ryan Welsh, 34.762, his previous best. Ryan Welsh to 34.677, so it's less than a tenth of a second splitting the two, and in fact, 0.085 splits Ryan Welsh and Anthony Parfitt. 0.084 splits Anthony Parfit and Mikael Islam in third place. So very, very tight indeed. And then a gap of a hundredth of a second between Islam and Joyner, and then a gap of 7,000th of a second between Joyner and Smith. It's incredibly close, and any improvement can swing things. Take Matthew Kendall, for example, who's just improved on his previous lap time by about a tenth of a second. That jumps him up 6 places from 15th up to 9th. That's incredibly close. And it puts him 2,000ths off the back of Thomas Aswad. It puts him 5,000ths ahead of Franklin Versama. Franklin Versama. And then another 5/10ths ahead of, or 500ths even, ahead of Jasper Northwood. 5,000ths even. And then another 8,000ths ahead of Chloe Kunjasic. So it's incredibly close as they head on to what will be their final lap times. And Lewis Joyner improves. He thrusts himself into the fight for potentially this pole position, a 34.794, goes up into third place, goes up to within a tenth and a half of Ryan Welsh as there's 4 seconds to go. Ryan has just crossed over to set one more lap time. Lewis Joyner will not have the same luxury, nor will Anthony Parfit, nor will Islam Smith or Scrivens, who have just come to the line, and they'll be the first ones to take the checkered flag. Luigi Polini, the next one, none of them improving, nor has Jasper North. Lewis Joyner has improved, but he's not improved enough to gain ahead of Anthony Parfit. He will start from third. Kendall, Versama, Kunjasic, Cooper and Badea all finishing their laps. Badea improving and jumping above Carson Fernandez into 14th place as everybody now ends off their qualifying session. Ryan Welsh doesn't need another lap, goes for another one, but it's a cool-down lap as he knows that 34.677 was good enough to take pole position. Only Callum Ramsey left, and I think he might have ducked out before the end of that final lap. So it'll be Ryan Welsh on pole position, Anthony Parfit in P2, Lewis Joyner in third, Mikael Islam in fourth. Smith, Scrivens, Polini, Aswad and Kendall round, and Versama as well, if I could count, round out the top 10. Then North, Kunjasic, Cooper, Badea, Fernandez and Ramsey round out the field. In the senior Rotax, we go from the Rotax to next up, which will be the 177 Rotax. And then racing will get underway, because that will be the end of our qualifying sessions. And of course, once qualifying is over, the racing will begin. And we go from needing the fastest time to needing to be the most consistent over the laps that they will have. Which will be about give or take 13. And out they come for the final qualifying session of the day. The RHKC 177 Rotax time qualifying is ready to get underway, and it's our biggest field of the lot. In the practice session they had earlier on, which we've learned across the course of today is not representative, 35.160 for Taylor Bellini, the driver, who was at the top of the times in that practice session. In qualifying last time out, when we headed to, of course, the Rye House circuit, the Rye House Kart Raceway, it was 35.696. That was good enough to take pole position. That was Bill Bowyer, who's back again today, and we'll be hoping to find a similar time to that one. Brian Sands joined him on the front row, just 2,000ths ahead of Hugo Pereira. And then in the races themselves, Heat 1, it was Bill who took that victory. Ryan Sands ended up alongside him, and it was Drew Lamass who rounded out that podium. Lamass, who I can't see on the screen right here, I may be incorrect. Which is very much is the biggest field that we've got. 27 karts. I could only see 20 because of the way that the live timing is. 27 karts. Incredible stuff. Then it was Bill Bowyer on top again in the second race. Drew Lamass in second, and Hugo Pereira once again right up there in the mix of things. And then Brian Sands took the victory in the final with Bill Bowyer in second place this time. Jake Bradfield rounded out the podium there, as Hugo Pereira would DNF But at the moment, a 35.0 for Taylor Bellini at the very top of the field, showing that it's faster conditions than it was last time out. He's going to be 0.4 of a second ahead of second place Bill Bowyer, still 3.5 of a second ahead of Jimmy Galloway, who's just improved right up there to the very top of this field. Jake Bradfield coming to the end of his lap. Harry Taylor improving, Nicholas Ash, Dan Wright, Lewis Bard, Domenico Brancato, all improving massively up 2, 9, 4 and 5 place respectively. Jordan Tolley as well doing the same thing, and Jason Newman throwing himself from 20th place all the way up to 9th. Lap times into the 35s expected. Taylor Bellini might even dip into the 34s. Jack Taylor, personal best again to go up to 4th place. Dan Wright jumping up to 11th from what was 13th place. Lots of improvements. Wayne Smithers 13th for himself. Now he's just adopted that position as well. They all continue their qualifying session. 3 minutes 30 left, so time flies when you're having fun. In the final qualifying session of today, then we'll be getting hopefully the first live stream session of the Honda GX 200s ahead of us for today. Or in fact, no, we won't. It'll be the Come Bambinos, who will be the first race session here today. About 10 minutes ahead of schedule is what we are at the moment, which never a bad thing, because it just means that the racing action will keep coming thick and fast. It was from minute 1, and now on what is minute, let's say 55 roughly. We're about an hour into the sessions, because we were supposed to start. I think the scheduled start on the Alpha Live timing was 10:28. It is now 11:16, and I think we've got going at about 11:20. So was too busy trying to sort problems with the live stream. So we will take that with a pinch of salt. 2:22 left in the session. Jack Taylor improves once again. He set his personal best last time out, and he will go once again to see if he can improve on that time. Taylor Bellini not able to peak from his 35.047. 35.3 is what he set as Jack Taylor. 35.2. He's getting closer to the fastest lap of this session, but it's just about whether he can find his way into it, as Drew Lemass is actually out there, and he's going to be in 18th place, gaining from 24th. So the pace is very, very quick indeed at the moment. All of the top 14 into the 35. Domenico Brancato just outside it. We'd imagine that we'll be saying, I'm going to guess 17 karts will be into the 35s by session's end. And, well, I don't think anybody will be getting into the 34s, but would be lovely if they are able to do so and, well, make their way into those lap times. As Harry Taylor, personal best for himself, 35.498. He is going to be jumping up to the top 6 at the moment. But again, it's a very close field split. That's been really, really, really good to see on my first appearance on the Kart Club. Such close qualifying sessions, and it really promises for the races to come later on. 1 minute left in this one, and so we'll be seeing our final qualifying grid stack up for the race session. As I say, 28 now karts out on the circuit, so an impressive size of field here today. 45 seconds left in the session, so the drivers very much going on to what are the penultimate or their ultimate laps, and then we will see what they can do. I can tell you one thing for free, and I think it's going to be one more lap for those at the very top of the field, the likes of Bellini, the likes of Taylor. I don't think they'll be getting to the line with one more lap time in a possibility. Nobody else improving on their previous best lap times, as it looks like, contrary to the majority of the sessions that we've had, they sort of peaked in the penultimate lap times that they set. Everybody else sort of came in with their second to last lap times and improved. Nobody else really improved on their final lap times. And the first lap times as well, that seems to be what's helped in this session as the checkered flags wave. Mark Jackson, the first one to take it. Jason Newman also doing the same thing. Jack Taylor, Jimmy Galloway and Bill Bowyer all not improving, nor is Taylor Bellini, nor is Cal Miller. Nobody at the very top of the field, nobody within the top 20 improving on their times so far. But of course, we're about halfway through them, so we've still got another half of the karts to go to finish on their times. But still, no improvements from anybody in the top 20, and I think that will be a theme throughout the course of these karts as they just come to their cool-down laps. Our qualifying sessions are complete, and it's Taylor Bellini with a 35.047, an incredible lap time, all things considered, to take him up to pole position. Jack Taylor will line up alongside him. Jimmy Galloway will be in 3rd place and Bill Bowyer 4th. Jake Bradfield in 5th place and Harry Taylor 6th, with Cal Miller in 7th and Jason Newman in 8th. Nicholas Ash finds himself in 9th place and Ryan Sounds rounds out the top 10. And it's Dan Wright, Hugo Pereira, Wayne Smithers, Mark Jackson, Lewis Barr, Domenico Brancato, Jordan Tolley, Drew Lamass, and then the latter half of the field will compose of, or the latter 10 of the field will compose of Dave Toklove, Declan Elsher, then to round out the order, it was Stephen Kahn, Adam Smith, Dave Darnborough, James Benton, Mark Taylor, Chris Emerson, and then Paul Beard and Jonathan Militello, who rounds out the order. That's qualifying done here for the 3rd round of the Rye House Kart Club. The race sessions soon to get underway, so don't go away. And when I say soon, I mean as soon as, because we've got those 4 karts that were racing in the Come Bambino class ready to get going for today's race session. At the moment in the Bambino class, we have Harry Green currently, the driver who is on that on top of those standings. Of course, the first one being at round 3 here today so far, so it's looking good for Green to try and continue that. River de Giorgio Miller finds himself in 2nd, Jax Wilmington in 3rd, according to the standings on Alpha Live. But of course, in fact, that is the qualifying performances that we saw. The lights are coming on in front of the drivers, and they're going to get underway now. They're going to head towards the first corner are these 4 karts, and we will see where they're going to be able to stack themselves up, as it looks like a very good start indeed for Aurelio Capolonga at the top of the field. Harry Green was fighting, or in fact, that's going to be Harry Green in the lead of this race. Aurelio Capolonga, not quite such a good start. He's going to be in 2nd place, and he was being challenged by River de Giorgio Miller. He's been able to ward him off as they head through the next few corners. The 55 goes a little bit wide. The 16 can't quite pounce upon it, but a very good start from Harry Green that finds himself at the very top. But don't forget, it is going to be 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing to go for all of these drivers. And we will be closing the first lap with Harry Green in the lead, Aurelio Capolonga in 2nd place, and River de Giorgio Miller in 3rd. Jax Wilmington will come home 4th, 3 seconds off of the back of the person at the very top of this field. And, well, the 55 has come under pressure into that first corner. So it does look as though that first corner seems to be a bogey for the leader of this race. We saw it swap for the 55 and the 16 on the first lap of the race, and then the second lap of the race as well. We saw the 16 and the 55 swap back around. River de Giorgio Miller, of course, he tried to challenge Harry Green, but now he tries to stay within range of the top 2, hoping that maybe the first corner can be a little bit of a lucky charm for the drivers trying to make their way further up as they'll head on to what will be the 3rd lap in Jax Wilmington. just trying to follow through as well, follow their lines at the moment, currently holding 4th place as fastest lap of the race goes to Aurelio Capolonga as he heads into the first corner once again. And in fact, that's a very good lap from himself, a 50.169. Has the first corner proven to be a problem for the leader? The answer is no this time, so we've managed to get it right 3rd time around. 3rd time lucky for himself. Big slide for Harry Green, good save from the 55, who keeps himself on the road and keeps himself chasing behind Capolonga, trying to pick up that first place once again. But those top two very well matched on pace throughout the course of this race session so far. And well, the qualifying session, Aurelio was able to get a 50.107. In this race session, he's already got a 50.169, which would have already qualified him in 2nd place behind his own lap time, as Harry Green 50.297 for himself, and River de Giorgio Miller 51.227. So they are just keeping up with what they were able to set in the qualifying sessions, and Harry Green at the moment able to keep up with Aurelio Capolonga as well they continue on, and while the 55 trying to get ever closer to the back of the 16, trying to find an opportunity to make his way through and into the lead of the race, but Capolonga holding firm at the moment. But both of them very, very similarly matched on pace, and so this will be a good fight, I think, not just throughout the course of this race, but also throughout the course of this season, as of course they learn and improve, and they will be learning and improving with and alongside each other as they cross over to what will be the 4th lap of this race. Is there going to be an improvement from either of them on this lap time? Yes, there is. A big improvement, in fact. Capolonga, 50.138. Harry Green, fastest lap of the race with a 50.082 that would have taken him up to pole position. And it takes him right up to the back of the 16, but no move just yet. He can't quite see a chance as the 16 maybe opened a gap to the 55, and unfortunately I think that might be the end of Jax Wilmington's race for the 98. Very unfortunate, as he's now being wheeled off of the road. So now we're down to 3 karts in the race 1 of today, and we've got Aurelio Capolonga and Harry Green fighting it out for the lead in Heat 1 of the Cama Bambinos. Is there going to be a move out of the final corner? Not quite close enough. I think it's going to have to be a case for Harry Green of keeping the pressure on Capolonga. He's done so well so far to keep within range, and they've been very well matched. I mean, the lap number 4 that they set, they were split by 500ths of a second. Lap number 5, they were split by 500ths of a second, but in the opposite direction, which meant that Capolonga last time out was just that smidgen quicker than Harry Green in the 55. But now, opportunities will arise, and it's about whether he's able to put himself in the right positions to take them and put the throttle down on the exit and pin the throttle down on the exit of all the corners, keep the pressure on Capolonga, knowing that he can make his way through with just one very, very strong corner indeed. Down towards the final corner it will be, down towards lap number 6. So we have a minute 58 left to go in this race session. Capolonga will take us onto it with a 50.232. Harry Green with a 50.336. So it's fair to say he didn't quite get up to his full potential in qualifying, but in the race session itself he has showed that pace that he promised, has the 55, as he is really trying to follow Capolonga now. Little bit wide out of what would be turn number 4, I believe, and he will lose a little bit of time to the 16. So I think Aurelio Capolonga might just have this, you know, as they head down towards through the final few corners and towards the line for what will be, I believe, the penultimate time, if I'm doing my maths correctly. If it's about a 50-second lap time and they've got one more lap after the timer runs out. What is it going to be for those 2 lap times? In fact, Harry Green was a little bit faster, so recovered very well in the final segment of the lap to keep the pressure on. There's 2 tenths between Green and Capolonga. They're going to be high-fiving each other after this race because they've fought so very hard. They've kept up with each other so very well, and there's maybe a chance for Green, but I think he just wanted to avoid contact. I think he just wanted to avoid contact with Capolonga, so he just stays in behind for the time being, and I think that might well have been his best opportunity of this race, but not a very open door. Capolonga has managed to keep it very well disciplined throughout the course of this one. He's not made many, if any, mistakes. Of course, I didn't see what happened down at the first corner. That's the nature of the commentary box up at Rye House and up in the gantry as we are. But they're still racing very, very close with each other. And I don't imagine it was too much of a mistake, because I think both of them have just been so very quick, and it was good from Green to pounce at the start. But the timer is up now, so we'll see the 16 and the 55 duking it out throughout the rest of this lap, and also throughout heat number 2 and the final as well, I'm sure, as well they will keep their races going. They've done a very, very good job indeed to fight with each other throughout the course of this one, and now they will head on and down towards the line, and it will be the final lap. Ready to get underway for Aurelio Capolonga, leading Harry Green onto it. And barely mentioned River de Giorgio Miller, by the way, who's kept up a very consistent pace in that third place, and looks very, very good. And we've got love from his family in Australia in the chat, which is great to see, as, well, third place is, you know, it's a podium. So that's a strong result, and he'll be hoping to keep that up, heading on to what will be the second race and, of course, the final in this session. Qualified third place, not too far off of the back of Harry Green, so he'll be hoping, maybe, to be within the top 2 into the next race. But Aurelio Capolonga and Harry Green have streaked away at the top of the field. They've been very, very close. They've kept each other very, very on each other's toes, and it will be the victory for Aurelio Capolonga. In heat number 1 here today, Harry Green second place, and River will come home in third, with, unfortunately, Jax Wilmington not finishing this race. He got wheeled off, so maybe a kart issue potentially for the Cama Bambino. But heat 1 has come to a close, and that will be Capolonga taking the win. Next up, we will be heading down to the Honda GX200 paddock for their first race. Some aggressive tyre warming for some of these karts to kick off our next race section, which will be the Honda GX200 Cadet, and they'll be just hoping to set themselves off very well for this race session. It will be Harry Grant at the front, ahead of Kian Kimber, Dominic Ushak in third place, and Ted Fry in fourth. Callum Ryan, Freddie Williams, Brandon Latshow, Chase Wilmington, David Chuaka, Jaden Bond, Oscar Baker and Max Archer to round out the order. But we are getting ready to go racing here for the second race of the day, Heat 1 in the GX200 Cadets. And we will just roll up to the line now with all of the karts just parking on their grid spot and getting themselves ready to get underway. Of course, 12 karts in this one. 15 karts have been registered in the championship. 2 brand new karters for today. That'll be Oscar Baker and Max Archer, who will be racing for the first time this season. We'll see when they will get the chance to go. So the lights are coming on now in front of the drivers, and the action is going to get underway. A very slow start for the 33. There might have been a little bit of contact between a few of them further back, as it looked like they might have had a problem just getting the accelerator down. But as we are now, it's going to be Harry Grant leading the way. In second place will be Kian Kimber, holding on to that position. The 33 going for a move to the inside of the 72. So Dominic Ushak, not a very good start from himself, unfortunately, dropping down from what was fourth place down to what looks like sixth. Indeed it is, and the 33 looking to try to pressure further back. There's a couple of side-by-side moments for some of the karters, but they will come around the final few corners, and it will be Harry Grant who leads the way in the GX 200s. Keegan Kimber holds second, and Ted Fry in third. Dominic Ushak dropping down from what was fourth place down to sixth. Jaden Bond, our biggest gainer, as was Chase Wilmington off of our race start. Bond gaining up from 11th to 9th, and Wilmington gaining up from 7th to 5th. As maybe a move on for the 83. David Chiaka even, I can't speak, going for the back of Jaden Bond, but can't quite find his way through. Maybe a side-by-side for second place at the moment. Keegan Kimber looking for it is Ted Fry, but the defence from Kimber was just a little bit too strong. It's hard to go through at that little segment up at the top of the track because of the fact that the track just tightens up on you. So the leader of the two can just hold station, and it's going to be difficult, as once again it's a bit difficult to head through the first couple of corners with the pressure that the 26 is putting on Freddie Williams. Maybe having a look at Ted Fry very much having a look at the back of Keegan Kimber, and there is side-by-side contact. Callum Ryan and Dominic Ushak, I think that's Brandon Lakshaw as well, having a little bit of a love tap as they fight on, and well, Lakshaw might have had a bit of contact with Bond in behind, but Rubbing is racing, especially in karts, so they will keep it going. But contact warnings going out to Freddie Williams and Brandon Lakshaw after the first lap of racing or so. But it'll be Harry Grant once again to set the fastest lap of 40.816 as he crosses the line. Keegan Kimber in second place, under a tenth ahead of Ted Fry in third as they head through the first sector, remaining in close, very close to each other. Freddie Williams had gained on the previous lap time on Ted Fry, so has made himself a possibility for that fight for the podium, but hasn't quite yet managed to make his way through. This would be a very, very good result indeed for Harry Grant. Of course, second place in the championship, likely to take the lead in the championship with no Jensen Collette here today. And of course, those drop rounds will be applied later on in the season. So Kuller will be hoping to climb his way back up, of course. But as it stands at the moment, it will continue to be Harry Grant as there's contact with a couple of the carts. That's Ted Fry involved in it. And that is also the number 20 of Keegan Kimber. So the fight for second place, they came very close on a couple of occasions. And unfortunately for both of them, they've come to blows in the first couple of corners. Kimber losing out more than Fry on this occasion. I'm sure the marshals will be taking a look at that one. But what it does do for Harry Grant is it increases the gap that he's got at the front of the field. And in fact, there is an investigation going on for Ted Fry. So keep your eyes out on that one with Freddie Williams now gaining second place. Chase Wilmington moving up to third. Dominic Ushak and moving up to fourth, and everybody else gaining positions. 72 under pressure from the 33. Callum Ryan looking to the inside. Is he going to make his way through? Yes, he is, and that opens the door for the 17 Brandon Lakshaw as well to try and make his way around the long way, or cut back and do the up and under, which he has pulled alongside. So he's almost done it. He's almost confirmed the move as they will continue side by side, and it will be in the end the 17 who takes the position. So Brandon Lakshaw, a very good move indeed as Ted Fry tries to make his way back through the order, and a couple of them just trying to climb their way back up. Ted Fry gaining up to 7th place now, so trying to recover his race, and of course our race leader with that big gap, now 2.7 seconds for himself. The 83 of David Chiaka right on the very back of Jaden Bond, trying to make his way through. Can't quite find that gap at the moment. Will have to remain in behind, and then they will just continue on to what will be the last 2 minutes and 20. So it flies by, this race, because of how highly intense the start was, and hopefully we'll be getting very, very intense action throughout the course of the rest of the day. There's another warning for Jaden Bond for nondescript warning for Jaden Bond, as where we have a fight on for second at the moment, led by Freddie Williams. Chase Wilmington had a look but didn't quite decide to go for the move, and remains waiting in behind. Callum Ryan and Brandon Lakshaw complete that pack, and then Dominic Ushak and Ted Fry at the lead of the next pack. And well, they'll be hoping to keep that fight on. Jaden Bond and David Chiaka also involving themselves in that one, and it's in fact 2 by 2 heading into what will be the final corner on the racetrack, with that pack And so we'll see in what order they stack out as they cross past the commentary box. And it will be Jaden Bond who leads that group. Ushak dropping down, as did Ted Fry, and Chuaka waiting on the back of that group. So a very good start indeed to that lap from Jaden Bond, who just pounced on the opportunities. Ted Fry looking to the outside, switching back to the inside of the next corner. He will remain in range of the 72, just trying to sweep across and confirm the move. But the 72 as aggressive into the corner as the 26, which I don't think Ted was quite expecting. Ushak holds station at the moment. And I think it's just a case of having to fight fire with fire, really. Go, well, you're going to be aggressive, I'm going to be aggressive also, to try and defend the move. And then there's a bit of respect between the two karters as it stands. And they head on to what will be the penultimate lap of this race. Personal best for Freddie Williams, trying to lead this pack. And he has a tiny little bit of a gap. I'd say that's about 2 karts width ahead of Chase Wilmington. So a couple of mistakes could open up that door once again, but it's a good buffer to be able to hold the 20 as well, trying to recover his race. He's on the back of Oscar Baker and has made his way through. Baker ran a little bit wide. The 20 is going to confirm the position, and they're going to filter through nicely. The 66, in fact, did have a look at coming back at the 20, but in the end didn't feel the need to make that move. Because, of course, he wasn't quite as fast side by side as they head down towards the first corner once again and cross the timing beam for Chase Wilmington, Brandon Latshow and Callum Ryan. And I believe it's Wilmington and Latshow who were side by side in that pack. And in the end, it's the 33 of Callum Ryan who loses out inside line, has a look, doesn't make the move, but on the exit, his front is next to the rear of the 17, and there is a little bit of a tap between those two. In the end, no harm done. Just a little bit of airtime from the 33 and a couple of hands waved from Callum Ryan, just trying to indicate to Brandon Latshow what he thought about that incident. As Harry Grant, very, very good race indeed as he heads on to the last lap of the race. Freddie Williams will come home in second if everything stays to plan. Chase Wilmington now 7/10 off the back, and now I'll think a little bit more about protecting that podium with Brandon Latshow coming up to the prime overtaking opportunities on the lap. That'll be turn number 4, and then on the exit he can pull himself alongside. Can't quite get the overspeed, but he does compromise his exit just a little bit, and the 33 comes on through. Callum Ryan up to 5th place. No, up to 4th even, ahead of Brandon Latshow. A good move from the 33, gaining a place and moving up right at the very end. But Harry Grant, big gap at the top of the field, and he will come home to take the victory in GX200 Cadet Heat 1. Freddie Williams comes home in second, Chase Wilmington in third, and Callum Ryan with that last lap move makes his way past on Brandon Latshow. Jaden Bond in 6th with Ted Fry, and then David Charker, Dominic Ushak, Kean Kimber, Oscar Baker, and then Max Archer will round out our field. Unfortunate, especially for Ted Fry and Kean Kimber, who of course had that little bit of contact which span Kimber round and cost Fry a lot of time. They were in the fight for the podium in race 1, and well, race 2 and the final might be the same. They'll certainly be hoping that it'll be the same and the pace will be kept up as well for those karters. As soon as one's over, another one gets ready to begin. The next race out there, we've just finished our GX200s. Next race out there will be the Micromax Cadet Heat 1. Of course, Hugo Senna and Vieira taking a very strong lead, and they'll be hoping to back it up. AJ Halil also into the 39s in that qualifying session. Leo Hunt just outside. However, those are the 4 main contenders. We will see how they end up getting on. for this session, the Micromax Cadet Heat number 1. And it will be Hugo Senna and Cal Vieira, AJ Halil in 3rd, Leo Hunt in 4th, then Ezra Robinson Matthews, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Cooper Galloway, Tommy Lovejoy, and Ralph Dempsey to round off that 9-kart field. And there's a couple of spins on this lap. I think it's when they tried to go so aggressively to warm up their tyres, and it's just cost them a little bit of time. So saving their blushes, hopefully, a little bit, as now they're just coming down to the line, and they will be getting going here in this race session. We'll see who that was, and in fact, I believe that was Vieira who had those problems earlier on, so very unfortunate for himself, as they look like they are going to go around once again, just to make sure that Vieira is able to get into position and be in station on the road. And yeah, trying to sort themselves out into the right order to be in, because AJ Halil and Cal Vieira had, I think one of them had a spin. Yeah, there we go, full start. I think one of them had a spin, and I think that just threw the other one off. But yeah, we'll see as they head down to the line. And it will be green flag racing here in the Micromax Cadet Heat number 1. Hugo Senna continuing in the lead of this race in the 88 under a lot of pressure from Leo Hunt in 2nd place. Vieira dropping down to 4th after that difficult start, and the 44 goes through, and in fact the 66 drops a couple of positions down. Looks like he's handed them back, in fact. So the 44 and the 118 are ahead. No, it's a full start once again. Full start once again for the karters. And so Hugo Senna, who had that lead, we're hoping to be able to back it up once again. Are we getting going this time around? Will it be 3rd time lucky for the karts as we head down towards the first corner? And it will be Hugo Senna to lead the way. 2nd place now for Vieira, who does hold station 66 in 3rd. So that'll be Leo Hunt gaining that place off at the start. And they're just trying to swap around positions at the moment. Is that going to be our 3rd full start or not? Are we actually going to be able to get going? It will be our 3rd full start. Marshall's having a word with the karts. Explaining the reason for the full starts, I'd imagine. And there we go. Whatever the problem was, we've had a word. And we'll be getting going once again. Still Hugo Senna, still Vieira on the front row. And they're going to throw the kart around the final corner. And we are finally going to get going in the Micromax Cadet Heat number 1. Hugo Senna leads the way into the first couple of corners and will hold on to position. 2nd place will continue to be Vieira under pressure from Leo Hunt. In that 3rd place, AJ Halil trying to pick up that 3rd place that he was once in, side by side between the 91 and the 77. Ezra Robinson Matthews and Tommy Lovejoy, who has had a decent start to this race. Ezra Robinson Matthews, where there is a little bit of room to improve for himself, of course, dropping down a couple of positions at the start, and he'll be hoping to gain them right back as well, we head to the end of our first real lap of racing here at the Rye House Kart Raceway for the Micromax Cadet Heat number 1. It will be Hugo Senna who takes the lead, of course, holds the lead into the first corner. Cooper Galloway and Tommy Lovejoy both gaining places off of the start. And it's the 91 going to be fighting the 77, the Ezra Robinson Matthews, wanting to fight back with Tommy Lovejoy, who runs slightly wide onto the curbing. That's going to lose him a bit of time, but not enough for the 91 to be able to pull alongside. But on the exit of the next corner, this is his chance. But again, just with the way that the that the corner goes. No such luck, so he's going to have to work once again to make that move stick. But it's Hugo Senna who continues to lead onto this second lap, and he's done a very good job at the top of the field to hold on to that position, as Vieira's been very quick as well. 4/10 to get between the two drivers, as well, majority of them within a second, and in fact 6th down to 8th, split by just 0.3 of a second, all three of them. So very, very close indeed between Tommy Lovejoy, Ezra Robinson-Matthews and Lucas Otley-Thistlethwaite for 6th, as I say, 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment. And well, they will try to fight it out. They'll try and duke it out. I think Tommy Lovejoy, though, will be looking a little bit further forward. He'll be hoping that they can catch back up to the karts in front. He'll be hoping to be able to use that pressure to push his way forward and gain those positions. Further up, of course, he's had a good start. 2 places gained for himself and for Galloway. And Galloway now starting to streak away in position. Over a second now between Lovejoy and Galloway. And, well, almost over a second between 3rd and 2nd. Cal Vieira and Hugo Senna. Very much the pace of the field here today. And they'll be hoping to keep that pace up with the remainder of this session to go. 4 minutes 35, so it's flying by as we finally got our racing action underway after our 2 or even 3 false starts. And, well, we'll hope to be able to see all of these karts get to the end of the race nice and cleanly, because of course, well, that's just the way that we like to see it. It's the first we like to be able to make sure that they're all going to make it to the end of the race, and then we like to see the racing action for ourselves. Of course, we've only had 1 DNF so far today. It was a kart issue in race 1, so all of these karts continuing on nice and calmly. And in fact, Tommy Lovejoy, the 2 positions that he's gained are going to be important in his championship charge. Currently holds the lead in the championship at the moment, 380 rounds ahead of Lucas Otley-Thistlethwaite in that 2nd place. And, well, we've got a couple of debutants here today. AJ Halil making his bow in the series, and he's doing very, very well at the moment, fighting for that podium with Leo Hunters. Hugo Senna sets the fastest lap of the race at 39.535, and Ezra Robinson-Matthews gains those places on Tommy Lovejoy, 1st place in the championship, and then Lucas Otley-Thistlethwaite, that 2nd place in the championship. So Robinson-Matthews, who's currently 5th, gaining a couple of places, trying to gain those minimal gains that he can to make his way up. Then having a look at all the others that made their way into the championship for the first time. In fact, we've only got one more who's made his way into the championship for the first time, and it will be Ralph Dempsey, who of course is holding 9th place at the moment. And so we've got 2 debutants in the Micromax Cadets, and well, fastest lap again for Hugo Senna. Incredible consistent pace. It amazes me every time the consistency that drivers are able to pull out. And for example, Hugo Senna on lap number 5 of this race, he set a 39.535. On lap 6 of this race, he set a 39.531. So only a little bit of a difference as the 1-2 and the 44 come to blows. And well, in fact, it's that the 118 and the 44, sorry, come to blows. Little bit of a send from AJ Halil on the inside line of what was turn number 5, and a move has been made. In the end, it worked out for him, gained a position, and in fact, it was Cooper Galloway making that move up on AJ Halil. So I cannot read, it appears, the numbers on the karts. And in fact, no, it is the 132. It does say 132 on the side, so I'm not too far wrong. I was just trying to cross-reference the live timing. Anyway, the 44, AJ Halil now trying to regain that position. Cooper Galloway, who held it into the last lap, and well, managed to take that position off of him. He'll be hoping to swap back, will Halil. Galloway won't be hoping to swap back, and these 2 fighting will benefit Leo Hunt quite significantly, who is currently 3rd place, and will be hoping that gap will be improving and building up, but 0.4 of a second between those 2 on the last lap, and they will be maybe seeing what they can do to try and catch up now as they try to filter their way through. But the top 2 big gaps to the rest of the field, 2.1, the difference between Vieira and Senna, and Leo Hunt 2.2 off of the back of Vieira. So the top 2 have a gap of a total of 4.3 seconds between themselves and the rest of the order, as we've got 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go in this race session. Cooper Galloway, our biggest gainer off the start now. Tommy Lovejoy only gaining 1 now because of the fact that Ezra Robinson-Matthews made that overtake. Cooper Galloway gained 3, and we'll be hoping to gain one more and get onto the podium on the back of Leo Hunt, but I find that unlikely because of the pressure that Cooper Galloway is getting from AJ Halil at the moment. The 44 really trying to extract all of the pace that he can on the back of the 32. Can he make his way through, or will he just have to sit in behind? And it can be frustrating when you know you do have the pace to fight with the kart ahead, but you don't quite have the overspeed to make your way through because they don't make any mistakes. You can sit in behind them for as long as you like. If they make no mistakes, not regardless of how small, if they make no mistakes, impossible to make their way through. Leo Hunt with his personal best on the last time around, just to try and extend that gap over Cooper Galloway and by extension AJ Halil, as the time is about to run out. And therefore, after that, we'll be heading on to our final lap of the race with Hugo Senna taking us onto it. And well, we will be seeing, I'd imagine, the 88 take the first victory of the day in the Micromax class. He's done a very, very good job indeed, has Hugo Senna, to keep this pace up throughout the course of this race. And he'll be a very thoroughly deserving race victor indeed. As well, the 88 missed last time out, so his championship charge is very reliant on him not missing any other rounds, I'd imagine, because of course those drop weeks will come into play. But 6th place in the standings at the moment, and well, very much the quickest of the field here today in the current scenario, and he'll be coming to the line very, very shortly to finish off race 1 in the Micromax Cadets. A very good race from Hugo Senna, fastest lap on the last time out, 39.4, and up to the line now, 39.3 to finish proceedings. Calviera will come home in 2nd place with a personal best of his own, but 3.5 off the back of Senna. Leo Hunt 2.5, now 3 in behind us. Galloway, Halil and Robinson Matthews very close for 4th, 5th and 6th. Tommy Lovejoy in 7th, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite in 8th, and then Ralph Dempsey will come home 9th, and that will be it for the next race of our day. So a very good performance from Hugo Senna. Good performance as well from Vieira and Leo Hunt. I mean, strong defence from himself to ward off Galloway, to ward off Halil and to ward off Robinson Matthews as well. It must have been very difficult. But that's the end of the Micromax Cadets race. And next up, we're flying through these here today. Next up, after that, will be the Inter Rotax 950. And it's the Inter Rotax 950s to get underway next. Santiago Simeone on pole position there, ahead of TJ McLeish in 2nd place, Harrison Outram in 3rd, and Theodore Nurse-Moore in 4th, Philip Poloshkov in 5th, Lewis Jackson in 6th, Mohamed Umar Abdeen in 7th, Oliver Stonebrook in 8th, and Dylan Patrick will round out this field and this order as well. As well, we'll be seeing them getting racing very, very soon indeed. Then we will, we'll see the 950, the Inter Rotaxes getting underway, and of course our championship leader there, Rio Paniotto, with no dropped points so far for Paniotto in this championship, but he's not here today, so he's going to have to hope that he shows up for the rest of the season to keep up that 100% record. But we are green flag racing here in the Inter-Rotax 950s, and into the first corner. There's going to be a bit of contact between a couple of the karts. There is problems for them, but for the 27 and the 74, no problems at all. 36, so that Filip Polishkov in third place, and side by side between the 115 and the 19. The 19 in the end forced to back out. Harrison Outram finding his way slightly further down the order than the 58 and the 145. Mohammed Umar Abdeen having problems at the very start of this race. And of course, as I say, I can't see what happened down there in the commentary box, but we will see who was affected as they crossed the line to end the first lap. It was Santiago Simeone who kept first place, TJ McLeish in second place, and Filip Polishkov in third place. Quite clearly, something happened to Harrison Outram, but he's able to get going in the end. Theodore Nurse-Moore dropping down positions, as did Mohammed Umar Abdeen and Lewis Jackson. The only kart out of the race, I think, from that group. And so we hope everything is fine, because of course it's frustrating when I cannot see it. But anyway. Lap number 2 coming to an end, and it will continue to be Santiago Simeone in the lead, but TJ McLeish with the fastest lap of the race. Those two, big gap between themselves, and Filip Polishkov in third place. And, well, little gap between them, and it looks to be getting even smaller as they go along. Filip Polishkov currently our championship leader if today's round is to be taken into account, because, of course, we're not worrying about the drop rounds this far into the season, but he will be the championship leader on points in general by the end of today, because Rio Paniotto, of course, not here, but with his maximum points rounds in the round 1 and round 2, he will be holding on to the lead, because this, whatever the lowest one is for Polishkov, will technically be counted as the drop round. But into round number 4, that will sort itself out if Paniotto does not turn up once again. But Santiago Simeone, our leader in this race, is a debutant in the series, as is TJ McLeish in second place, as is Lewis Jackson, our unfortunate DNF, and as is Dylan Patrick as well. So 4 karters making their bows in today's action. And, well, that's very good to see, and especially good to see that 2 of them are at the very top of the field. TJ McLeish and Santiago Simeone keeping each other on their toes. Fastest lap of the race from Santiago. TJ McLeish not too far behind with a personal best of his own that's not too far off of the pace of the 27. And those two at the very top of the field, holding station, holding firm and continuing that pace on the 115 and the 52 side by side. Harrison Outram trying to look to the outside line, but Oliver Stonebrook break later. The 58 making his way through on Dylan Patrick, but Dylan Patrick trying to do the up and under. He will get the acceleration out of the corner. Still, Theodore Nurse-Moore keeps his nose on the inside line, and once again it's an up and under for the 19 that keeps himself alongside. But in the end, with the nature that this track goes, it tightens up and somebody has to back out, and in the end Theodore Nurse-Moore gains that position. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, from TJ McLeish last time out. Santiago Simeone, personal best, all of his own. So these two pushing each other just further and further along in this race, and it's going to be very fascinating to see the last 3 minutes 30 to see when the move is made from the 74 to try and go for the lead of the race, because you'd imagine that there will be a move of some kind at some point for himself. He's been quicker over the last 2 laps than Santiago Simeone, so he is edging ever closer to the 27, but it's just about making that move stick and jumping on through and taking the lead of the race. Who was faster last time out? Santiago Simeone was faster last time out with a 37.774. TJ McLeish 37.234 or 9.34 even for himself. So you can see the gap between them has visually opened up just that little bit more, as well, the gaps between quite a few of the karts are relatively minimal. Harrison Outram made his way through on the last lap on Oliver Stonebrook for 52nd, 52 and 115 for 4th and 5th. And then, of course, the 19 and the 145, Dylan Patrick and Mohammed Umar Abdeen very close together as well. Patrick not too far off Theodore Nurse-Moore as well. So if he has any mistakes or if they gain their pace, then they can catch back up. Santiago Simeone 37.8, TJ McLeish 37.9. So I think they might have reached a peak, the top 2. And I think Santiago Simeone's resting pace is just that little bit quicker than TJ McLeish. We saw that in the qualifying session that they, of course, competed in. That's why he was able to take that pole position ahead of TJ in that second place and well, it was in the end a difference between themselves of under a tenth of a second. Harrison Outram split the two, but of course with the way that his race started, he's not quite up with the top two. Crossing the line once again is Santiago Simeone with 37.8, 37.9 for TJ McLeish, so I think I might be right. Also 37.9 from Filip Polishkov, who's speeding up in this race session, 2.2 off of the back of the 74, and Harrison Outram 5 seconds off as well. Mohammed Umar Abdeen very close to the back of Dylan Patrick, was actually alongside into the first corner, and was trying to make the move on the number 19, but wasn't quite successful, and will continue to try and make the move somewhere very, very soon indeed. There will be a move on, there will be an opportunity for the 145 to make the way through. It's just about keeping the pace, and it was down the straight where he made it last time around, and he's going to try and do the same thing all over again. Santiago Simeone last time 37.9 and 38.1 for McLeish and Polishkov. So there is a visual gap now, a much bigger visual gap between Simeone and TJ McLeish of about 3 car lengths between the 27 and the 74. To see Santiago Simeone potentially take his first win in his first race of the season, it would be very impressive considering the pace that he had for the pole position, though not surprising. So he would be very, very, very happy if he was able to get this one over the line and come to it the victor. Only a couple of laps to go in this race for Santiago Simeone to seal that victory. And over the last lap, in fact, TJ McLeish was able to gain 0.3 of a second, so it's not quite over. But I think Santiago Simeone might just be calming it down a little bit and just making sure that he makes it to the end with no real problems. 26 seconds left on the timer. Don't forget it's 26 seconds plus 1 lap afterwards. So he might be slowing down to make it just the one more lap in this race. 17 seconds to go, so it'll be tight to the line with the top two. Simeone can't afford to slow down too much and let TJ McLeish through. So it may well be the case, in fact, they are going to make it to the line. It'll be incredibly close. 5, 4, 3, 2, and Simeone's crossed the line. And TJ McLeish, in fact, keeping him on his toes. Fastest lap of the race, 0.2 of a second is what he's gained once again. So 2 laps of racing still to go here at the Rye House Kart Raceway for the RHKC Interrotax 950 Heat 1, and Santiago Simeone continuing to lead, but TJ McLeish has now found that pace that he was lacking a little bit earlier on. 74 late on is trying to catch up to the 27 and take the lead of the race. They'll head on to the final lap, still in the same order as before, with Simeone ahead of McLeish, and they will head on to the last 36 seconds of racing in those same positions. They're the only karts together on circuit anymore. The others have petered out as Mohammed Umar Abdeen has been able to build up that gap on Dylan Patrick, but not quite close enough to get to Theodore Nursmore. Is there a move to turn 4? No. What about turn 5 for the 74? No. He's just not quite able to get close enough, but he is bumper to bumper, front bumper to rear bumper for McLeish. On the back of Simeone, very incredibly tight between those two, but in the end I think it may well be the case that Santiago Simeone is going to take the victory in this one. McLeish is going to push him all the way to the line, but in race 1 here today, in the Interrotax 950s, it's the debutant Santiago Simeone taking the win and the fastest lap on the last lap, ahead of TJ McLeish, a fellow debutant who was only 5 thousandths slower on the last one. Filip Polishkov in 3rd place, Harrison Outram comes home in 4th, 5th place for Oliver Stonebrook. And then Theodore Nursmore, Mohammed Umar Abdeen and Dylan Patrick rounding out our finishers, with Lewis Jackson, our unfortunate DNF, after the first corner of racing. But a very close race indeed for the top two, and well, a very, very good race, keeping each other on their toes. And now that's the Interrotax done for their first race of the day. The next one, the Junior Rotax, Max. Heat 1 is next up. Right, we are here for the next race. We've got the Junior Rotax Max Heat 1 for ourselves here today, and well, we're going to be seeing what's going to happen with our 16 kart field. It's Ayrton Ray who will be leading us away, Ronnie Jones alongside him, Harry Friel in third place and Tigran Grigorian in fourth. Harry Search in fifth with Dylan Suresh in sixth. Harvey Watts, Timmy Shahini, Mia Minot and Vinny Cunningham rounding out the top 10. Declan Perez in 11th alongside Ronnie Chapman with Tyler Nickelbean, Zuzana Mikulovska, Felix Jolly and Lachlan McDougall rounding out the field. But now they come around the final couple of corners and they're ready to get their racing going for the Junior Rotax Max Heat number 1. And the action's underway as they head down towards the first corner. Ray leading the way with Jones alongside him. Who's going to lead into the first corner? It's going to be a little bit of contact, but in the end, it will be the 377 into the lead of this race of Tigran Grigorian. Huge start from himself, and he will try to hold on to it. Ronnie Jones in that second place, and it'll be the 110 in third or in fact the 118 of Ayrton Ray in third place. But a great start from Grigorian, all the way from fourth, all the way up into the lead, and he will be incredibly happy about the way that race start has gone, and he'll try to hold on to it now. Very, very, very tight between a lot of the drivers at the very start of this race, as it will be in fact Grigorian who holds that lead, as I say. Jones in second, Ray in third, and unfortunately I don't think Tyler Nickelbean is going to be in the race. I saw something again happened at the first corner. It can be very tricky to go through there with no problems at all, and I think we've just seen the same thing once again in the second race in a row. But Tigran Grigorian, great start to his race, already eking out a gap of 0.337 of a second ahead of Ronnie Jones in second place, and was actually quicker than him on the last lap by almost 5 tenths of a second. Up to the line for the second time now, and it will be a 36.139 for himself, but Ronnie Jones a little bit quicker than that. So closing in as everybody within a second, apart from the few off the back of this field, but the majority of the karts all the way down to 12th place inside of a second of each other. And in fact, the 144 on the inside line, the 73 trying to make his way through as well, and that might be Vinny Cunningham dropping 2 places in the end. Not very good for himself. A couple of corners that he will want to forget and just get out of his mind to continue on with the racing, of course, because when you're under so much pressure, it's very difficult not to crack, and he's done well in fact to keep it going faster. That for Tigran Grigorian, never mind, it's gone to Ayrton Ray, who's pressuring Ronnie Jones into the first corner once again. Out of the first corner, it will be the case that the 70 holds on to the position, but the 118 desperately trying to find a way through at the moment. They're throwing that car through every single corner. They are pushing to the absolute limit at the moment in them, and the 43 runs a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. In fact, that's the 42 of Vinny Cunningham once again, who is potentially under pressure from Mia Minot in behind. They were side by side into the first corner. Minot didn't make the move in the end, and they will continue on as if nothing had happened. There's a contact warning for Lachlan McDougall, by the way. In the meantime, it's his personal best for Tigran Grigorian, for Ronnie Jones, for Harry Friel, for Harry Search, everybody at the top of the field. In fact, the top 5 remaining in a pack, split by just over a second between the 4 of them, or the 5 of them even. Grigorian leading Jones, leading Ray, who of course did not set a personal best because it would have been another fastest lap of the race for the 118. Then Friel and Search following in behind and holding position with 4 minutes to go in this session. So again, as with all of the sessions today, they've absolutely flown by because it's so very quick. 7 minutes of racing feels like absolutely nothing, especially when they're pushing each other to the limit like this. Ronnie Jones with the fastest lap of the race and did go alongside Grigorian into the first corner, but didn't quite make his way through on the number 377. We'll try and have a look on the exit of maybe one of the corners, turn number 4, turn number 5 potentially, but no. Once again, sits in behind, and Ayrton Ray waiting in behind as well. The opportunity for them is going to arise very, very soon. It's just about whether you take it or not, because of course Tigran Grigorian in the lead of the race. He's well within his rights to fight and hold on to it, but Jones, Ray and Friel at the moment, and even Harry Search to an extent, were faster on the last lap. But Tigran Grigorian on lap number 6 of this race has just set the fastest, so never mind, I'll eat my words already. 377 leading the way with the fastest lap. Ayrton Ray keeping up with that pace once again. Personal best for him as they push each other to the limit. I don't think the 2 Harrys, Friel or Search, will be able to keep up with them. I think the top 3 have done enough just to build up that gap enough to hold on to those positions. Biggest gainer off at the start of the race, by the way, that was Lachlan McDougall. Second place in that was Ronnie Chapman, in fact, and Tigran Gregorian, both gaining 2 positions off of the very start of the race. And there is going to be a red flag out on the circuit. Red flag out there for the karts. We're just trying to work out exactly why that is. Red flag, so the karts have been stopped down between turn 4 and turn 5. Just having a look to see who, if anybody, is missing from that pack. Is that Lachlan McDougall who's missing from that group? It appears to be. Hard to tell because the some of the numbers on some of the karts have been not quite representative today. I think the majority of this pack is fine. But it's Tigran Gregorian who, of course, led and will continue to lead the way. Ronnie Jones in second, Ayrton Ray in third. So we're just trying to find out what's happened to, I believe it to be, Lachlan McDougall. we are going to be getting back to racing. And in the meantime, I'll try and find out what's happening to McDougall as we head down towards what will be the first corner. The 144 is spitting plumes of smoke, that being Dylan Suresh, as they head down to it. And we come through the next few corners. Are we going to be getting side by side? Yes, we are. The 404 ahead of Timmy Shahini. Shahini trying to make his way through, but he can't quite find that gap at the moment. The 144's found his way through, just building a gap for himself on the 90 on Harvey Watts, and trying to make his way through, and has done in the end, muscling his way past at turn number 5 with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go in the session. That is where we're going to be picking it up for our racing, and we've been seeing, of course, one move further back, Zuzana Mikulovska dropping down a position, Declan Perez moving up one, and we'll be seeing, I'm sure, more moves later on in this race session, but there's not long to the race session to go yet, and the 144 has had a problem. Is this related to the engine issue that it looked like he might have had with the plumes of smoke coming out of the back? But he has gone off, and he will be the third retirement from this race. Gregorian crosses the line in first place. Harry Friel has taken that podium off of Ronnie Jones, and of course everybody gaining that position on Dylan Suresh as well. And well, we will see the top two continue to maybe try to fight. There's a difference of about 0.5 of a second between them, and in fact the top two were side by side into the first corner, and when I say 0.5 of a second, I mean 0.5 of a second between second and third place. There was less than 1/10 of a second between Gregorian and Ray last time around, but they'll head on to the final minute of racing, and Gregorian will lead us on to it. Will Ayrton Ray be able to make his way alongside? Not quite yet on this lap. Harvey Watts has just dropped a second, as has Ronnie Chapman, to the karts in front, and they're just going to be trying to hold on to those positions for the time being, and well, not drop down, because of course this later on in the race you're not going to really have the chance to build up that gap up ahead once again, so you just have to keep up that pace and hope that nobody behind you goes for the attack. And well, now crossing over to what will be the penultimate lap of the race, Gregorian will lead once again. Ray taking a little bit too much curbing to be able to pressure on the exit of the final corner, as Ronnie Jones sets the fastest lap. The top 5 split by 1.1 seconds once again, so we can still see them locked in battle and still see them ready to fight. And in fact, the 118 has made his way through to the lead of the race. Ayrton Ray went to the inside of turn number 4 and was able to make the move. Slightly further back, Ronnie Jones trying to retake third place off of Harry Friel, but the corner tightened up and Friel held on to it. So we've got the top few fighting onto the final lap. We've run out of time. The checkered flag is ready to wave, but it's going to be the white flag onto the final lap. We shall go, and Ayrton Ray does continue to lead it after making that move on Tigran Gregorian. Where can Gregorian find a place to make the move? It won't be out of the first couple of corners. In fact, he's had a poor exit and won't be able to challenge. Ronnie Jones looking to the outside. It will switch to the inside and then back to the outside again for turn 5, but the corner tightens up slightly further back. That'll be, I believe, Ronnie Chapman and Declan Perez going side by side. Chapman managing to hold on to the position, but I think Ray's done enough here to take that victory, snatching that lead off of Gregorian, and he will come home to take the victory in the Junior Rotax Max Heat 1. Gregorian in P2, and third place for Harry Friel. Fastest lap, by the way, at the end for Ayrton Ray, just to hold on to it. Ronnie Jones comes home 4th. Harry Search in 5th. The top 5 very, very closely locked in battle, and that was a great one to watch the end of. The end of the Junior Rotax Maxes now, as well, there was a contact warning for Ronnie Jones with that move that he attempted to make on Friel to no avail. And the next race up, we will go from the Junior Rotax to the Senior Rotax. And the senior Rotax karts are out onto the road. There's 11 of them ready to go racing. And, well, it will be Ryan Welsh leading the way ahead of Anthony Parfitt in second place. And, in fact, more karts just coming out of the lane now. So we'll be seeing Callum Ramsey, Franklin Vasama and Chloe Kunyasic, as well as Badea, Joyner, Aswad. I did think it was quite low for the senior Rotax. That would explain it, because a few of them took a little bit of time to get out of the lane. But now they're getting going, and hopefully they'll be able to catch up to the pack by the time we get to the green flag. Otherwise, we might have our second full start of the day. Well, I say second. It would be fourth if we're counting them all as individuals, because they were all in the same race. But now they come down to the line and we are ready to get going. Green flag racing here in the senior Rotax Max Heat 1, and down towards the first corner it's going to be Anthony Parfitt that led the way, and Anthony Parfitt that continues to lead the way. Ryan Welsh holding on to that second place, and it's side by side for 22 and 478. Mikael Islam on the inside and Smith on the outside, and they're just trying to make their ways through. I think, are we having another restart? Well, either they're being very polite, or yes, we are. Yeah, I'd imagine this is going to be another start for ourselves, and then we'll be able to go to the green flag for the second time. So full start last time out, because those at the back of the field hadn't quite caught up, but we are ready to go racing once again. For the senior Rotax Max Heat 1, it's take two as Anthony Parfitt will try to lead down into the first corner. Ryan Welsh will be alongside him. Is he going to be able to challenge at all as they head through? It will be, in fact, Ryan Welsh in the end who comes through, and it'll be the 22 of Mikael Islam who makes his way into second place. Third place is where Anthony Parfitt drops down to, and he may well drop another position, but not if Marius Smith and Callum Scrivens continue to go side by side for fourth and fifth. Slightly further down, it's a couple of positions lost for the 46, Luigi Pellini, not with the greatest of starts. And well, a contact warning for Marius Smith as well, as soon as we got to racing. But it will be Welsh who leads the way. The second start went so much better for the 18. Mikael Islam comes through in second place, and in fact, Lewis Joyner gaining 3 places off of the start, up to 5th place. Franklin Vasama also up to 7th, and Alex Cooper, Alex Badea and Thomas Aswad all gaining 2 places. The 363 trying to go through and gain a place on the 67. That would be, I believe, Thomas Aswad, who of course clearly doesn't have his representative number on that kart, so I'm going to try and remember that one. Aswad with the 3 on the timing, the 363 on the road, I believe, as well, Ryan Welsh will continue to lead the way once again. Will it be fastest lap? Yes, it will, and it won't be able to be matched. Everybody else 35 2s, 35 3s, apart from Lewis Joyner, who set exactly the same lap time as Ryan Welsh, but obviously because Welsh set that one first because he got to the line first, he is able to keep that spoil as inside line this time for Thomas Aswad, this time on Alex Badea, but he can't quite make his way through, and he had actually a poor exit, which opened the door once again for the 67 to pull back alongside. But no, Thomas Aswad, in fact, losing that position in the end, so going hyper-aggressive on those moves did not pay off after all of that. He drops down a place, down to 14th place once again. Chloe Kunyasic drops a couple of positions on that last lap, fastest lap for Callum Scrivens in 6th place. It's incredibly tight between the top 6, split by 1.6 seconds between all of them, and then Vasama slightly further off of the back of that top group, but at the moment led by Ryan Welsh, and he's trying to extend that gap, because if you have a look at it, less than a second splitting second down to 6th, or literally just over a second splitting second down to 6th, and for Ryan Welsh is 0.67 of that gap between the top 6 drivers at the moment, and it's another fastest lap for himself as he throws his kart around the circuit once again, but everybody incredibly tight. All of the top 6 again into the 34.9s, so very, very close indeed, and very, very impressive pace so far, and they'll be hoping to keep it up. But Ryan Welsh building that gap now, 0.7 of a second between himself and Islam in that second place, and that may well be game, set and match already, unless there's mistakes to be rolled out, which of course is entirely a possibility. But for our championship leader, it's another strong performance, and for Callum Scrivens, it's another fastest lap added to his time. It's a 34.838 as the 47 goes for the move. Mikael Islam under pressure, and now a drop to position for Anthony Parfitt. Marius Smith tries to join the fight, but is squeezed out. Can't quite make his way through. The 13 tries to fight as well, but Lewis Joyner just has a little bit too much pace for him to challenge. Very, very tight for second, all the way down to 6th. And that will continue on. That means Ryan Welsh is able to build up that gap. That means that also Franklin Vassama is going to be able to close that gap down to those karts right up ahead. And the gap now is 1.1, 6/10 of a second is what he's been able to gain over the last lap. And we'll see if they're in the same order come the end of this one as, well, they will continue that fight through. And it's been very, very good so far. And it's just been very good to watch them making those moves. And we're over halfway through the race. Islam leading the way, and Parfitt, Smith, Joyner and Scrivens chasing in behind. Scrivens has been the quickest. That's demonstrated by the fact that he's held the fastest lap twice, but he is the one at the back of that pack showing the differences in pace between them. Parfitt ready to go for a move on Mikael Islam into the first corner, but hasn't quite been able to make it stick. It might be into turn 4 where he can make the move, or out on the exit. He's all over the back of Islam at the moment, and now he's alongside. Who's later on the brakes? It will be Islam, who makes his way through, and maybe a little bit of contact between himself and the 47, sees Marius Smith go through, but the 47 making his way back through, feeling as though he is desperate to hold on to that third place at the moment, and he has done so. So Parfitt holding third, Welsh continuing to lead now, 2.9, the gap between second and first place, and Lewis Joyner putting Marius Smith under all sorts of pressure at the moment. At the 13, Callum Scrivens trying to find his way through on Lewis at the moment. The 46 as well, under pressure from Franklin Vassama. So Luigi Pellini, in fact, was able to make the move, and, well, is now under serious pressure to try and hold on to it as he heads on to the next lap. 1 minute 48 left. This has absolutely flown by, this race. And sorry if the commentary's not been very good. I've been caught up in it. Ryan Welsh 3.4 up at the top of the race. Luigi Pellini moving up to 7th, but he's 1.2 off of the big pack for second place, and the 47 might make the move. Anthony Parfitt, the gap has been closed, but he goes for it anyway. The 22 has to take to the escape road, so does the 66. Parfitt makes his way through. Big bump between himself and Islam once again. Turn 4 sees more contact between Islam and Parfitt, and in the end, they're going to filter through and try to hold on to those positions. Contact warning for Mikael Islam, unsurprisingly, because that was a huge lunge that was made. And in the end, well, it will be Marius Smith who makes his way through into that second place. Scrivens into third, and Islam losing those positions all the way down to 6th, with Parfitt holding on to 4th. But it's very spicy. Now slightly further back, because of course Mikael Islam has fallen into the Pellini, the Kendall, the Vassama group, and he's under pressure from Kendall, who will be trying to make the move. Can't quite find that gap to be able to do so, but an incredible fight throughout the course of this race, and we're heading on to the penultimate lap of it now. Smith, 0.1 ahead of Scrivens. Now there's an 8/10 gap between themselves and Parfitt, so a little bit of breathing room between second and third and everybody else in the field, and the 13 goes for the move to the inside line. Contact between the two as the 78 has to take to the escape road. But in the end, the 13, Callum Scrivens, does make his way through. Poor exit from Marius Smith means that he's under pressure and has lost the position to Parfitt once again. So it's been a ding-dong battle, and on to what will be potentially the final lap. Now, I think, in fact, it will be the final lap. Ryan Welsh will lead the way, and it will be completely locked in battle, completely side by side for Smith and Joyner for 4th and 5th place. Heading into turn number 1. Who's able to make the move in the end? It's the 66 ahead of the 73, or the 78 even, who tries to switch to the outside line. Can't quite find it. The 41 makes contact with the back of Islam. That'll be Kendall fighting with the 22. But in the end, the 22 remains in ahead. And Ryan Welsh, well, we've had a dramatic race. He's been, frankly, unbothered at the top of the order, and he will come home with the victory in the Senior Rotax Max Race 1. Second place will head the way of Callum Scrivens, who holds fastest lap as well, matching Ryan Welsh's time, but setting it earlier. Lewis Joyner gaining the position on the last lap, up ahead of Marius Smith and Mikael Islam in 6th place. Kendall, Pellini, Vassama and Cooper round out the top 10. That is the race of the day so far. Difficult to keep up with, really, that one, because of the way that it went. Everyone making moves all the time. And that is the race of the day. That's the best race I've had in some time. It's a shame it was over so quickly, really. But that is the senior Rotax come to an end. And then the next race will be the final ones of the heats. The 177 Rotax Heat 1, ready to get underway. And we'll be seeing the biggest grid out there in just a few moments' time. The biggest grid of the day is here for heat number 1. Of course, we'll have the heats, and then we'll have the heats, and then we'll have the finals at the end of the day. And, well, it will be Taylor Bellini to lead the way. And second place will be Bill Bowyer. Third place for Jimmy Galloway, and fourth for Jake Bradfield. Then it's Taylor, Miller, Newman, Ash, Sands, and Wright to round out the top 10. Pereira, Jackson, Brancato, Lamas, then Smithers. And just looking further down the order, if my timing screen wants to refresh, which apparently it doesn't at the moment. There we go. After Smithers, then it's Asher, Barr, Tolley, Toklov, Smith, Khan, Benton, Taylor, Hibbard, Emerson, Taylor, Militello, and Darnborough. Paul Hibbard, or Hibbard even, has been having problems with getting his kart going. We might need another start, but either way, we will see as we get to green flag racing for the first time in this day. And for the first time for the 177 Rotaxes, it will be the lead for the 42. And yep, we are going to have another race start. Just trying to let all of the karters know, as now we've had another problem for another kart. That will be the 88, Stephen Kahn, who's had a big problem. And I think he's calling his race quits before he even gets going, unfortunately. That'll be the second one, after, of course, the 77. So Paul Hibbard and Stephen Kahn won't be taking to this race start. I think we might be just having yet another full start. But either way, we will see as the green flag is going to be waved in front of the drivers. Everybody's safely out of the way, and it's green flag racing here for the 177 Rotax heat number 1. Into the first corner, Jimmy Galloway looks to lead in the 32, and he continues to hold that position. Taylor Bellini in second place, so it's a good start from Galloway and not the perfect one from Bellini. And, well, we will continue on with another, guess what, full start. In fact, I think we're drawing to a complete stop. So there's no miscommunication between the karters and the marshals. The marshals were trying to signal to them that we weren't getting going. But I think there was a bit of miscommunication, which is why they've all pulled to a stop. And as soon as we know that the 77 and the 88, at least the drivers, I think, are out of the way, and then we can go to green flag racing. I'm not sure what they are planning to do, to be honest, with Stephen Kahn's kart, because the 77 is safely out of the way, I believe. Or potentially might have been able to get himself going. We'll see. But Kahn's still stranded in the middle of the road. By the way, Tyler, just to clarify, that's me. I'm JB Comms. And just to anyone else in the chat. Of course, I'll see. I'm trying to get information, obviously, on everything. But that sounds terrifying, really. But yeah, not sure now why we're not getting back going in the 177 Rotax race, Heat 1. I'm sure all will become evident soon. We are going once again for our 177 Rotax race. Reminder, we haven't even started yet, but we will be getting going now. It's green flag racing here around. Is it going to be another full start? I think we are full starting again. Yeah, indeed we are. So I think the marshals have told them to go for a warm-up lap just to get themselves going. They've misinterpreted it and thought they meant the half a lap between where they were parked and where the race obviously gets underway. we will roll around the final corner and get ourselves going for racing this time. Question mark, are we getting going? Are we green flag racing? Yes, we are. Around turn number 1, they're going to go, and it'll be Bellini and Galloway side by side for that position. Who's going to be able to take it? It will be the 42 in the end, so Bellini, a much better start this time around. Slightly a bit of contact between the 10, and I believe that to be the 169 of Smithers and Pereira, but a lot of bumping, and the 9 has lost out as a result of it. That was Dan Wright, who was in the mid-pack, and in fairness, could be worse for Dan Wright, because he was very much at the upper mid-pack, so done very well, everybody else, to get out of the way of that kart that's had a problem, and that looks as though, is that a problem with the front right tyre of the kart? It looked a little bit wobbly as he threw the kart down there, and is now walking off, but we will continue on regardless. On to lap number 2 of this race, and Taylor Bellini with the fastest. 36 is the lap time that he got, pretty much bang on as there's side-by-side action. The 61 and the 17 going side-by-side. That'll be Mark Jackson, in fact, in the 161, and Jordan Tolley in the 17. And, well, fighting in the mid-pack, just trying to make those moves up. But they will make up at least one position with the number 9 dropping down the order off of the race start, so they'll be happy with that one. Ryan Sands, the biggest gainer, or in fact Jack Taylor, the biggest gainer off of the start. 16 places is what he's managed to gain, and that's a very, very good start indeed from the man currently fighting his way into the top 10. 83 and the 222 side by side. That was James Benton and Nicholas Ash, the 222 of Ash backing out in the end, and Benton making his way through and up another position, gaining a 4th place off the start after the fastest lap of the race for Taylor Bellini as well. Bill Bowyer, the only driver anywhere near close to it, the 35.5 for Bellini, 35.6 for Bill Bowyer, and they will continue this racing on for the next 5 minutes as there's an investigation on for Jack Taylor and for Jordan Tolley. Jordan Tolley potentially for that move on Mark Jackson. Jack Taylor, not sure where that one would have come for the number 8. Didn't see it, in all honesty. So we will have to see how those ones go. But those are the 2nd and 3rd investigations of the day. And the fastest lap of the race goes to Taylor Bellini once again at 35.493. Pretty much bang on a 10th quicker than Galloway and Bowyer on the last lap. 5.91 for Galloway, 5.97 for Bowyer as they continue on in the lead. And of course, build up that gap to Henry Taylor in behind, which is starting to become a little bit of an exclusive club up in those podium positions. 23, Mark Taylor going for the move on Nicholas Ash. Ash able to fight back, and he will hang on to the outside line for the next braking zone of turn number 5. But he will back out in the end of it, and the 72 trying to find his way through, cannot get the overspeed to get on through, and so therefore will remain in behind. Bellini continuing in the lead of this race with a big gap now. The gap between 3rd and 4th is going to be an entire second, so a very, very comfortable margin indeed. Is the 8 going to go for the move on the 10? Not quite yet on Hugo Pereira, but the exit of the corner. Pereira runs a little bit wide, and that's the inside line for the number 8. Makes the move nice and cleanly. The 10 was a bit indecisive into the corner. Couldn't quite tell that Jack Taylor was going to be right in there, and so has dropped another position to Lewis Barr. So 2 positions for Hugo Pereira lost. Very unfortunate for the number 10. He will continue on his race regardless, hoping to regain those positions that he had and back up into 7th place from 9th is where he's going to attempt to be going. As the 32 going to fight with the 14. The 14's the one in behind, so they're going to be the one to decide to fight. The 32's not going to drop back and let them fight. And so we will see whether they do. The 166, the 161 ready to fight as well. Declan Usher and Mark Jackson ready to fight. Who's got the supremacy of the 160s? And at the moment, it will be Declan Usher. As fast as that once again from Bellini, who's going faster and faster and faster. Nobody able to even hold the candle to him, as his best lap is almost exactly a 10th ahead of anyone else's. Bill Bowyer, the 2nd fastest lap time with a 35.493. Taylor Bellini with a 35.409. And that's a big gap for the 42 to have at the very top of the field as it stands. 2 minutes 26 left in this session, and it's pretty much a cut and dry victor for Taylor Bellini. Jimmy Galloway under a bit of pressure from Bowyer for that 2nd place though, so the rest of the podium not quite yet decided. as well. It will be a perfect start to Taylor Bellini's weekend. What will be his debut weekend in this series. In fact, multiple different karts making their bows here today. No less than, if I can do my maths correctly, 12 karts are racing here today. We have Bellini, Galloway, Newman, Smithers, Jackson, Barr, Tolley, Toklov, Osher, and then Khan, Smith and Taylor are 12 karts making their debuts, and it's good to see. The top two are both brand new to the series, and so we shall see how they perform throughout the rest of this campaign, but it's a perfect start for them, and they're going to try and round it off nicely. Our championship leader, Ryan Sands, currently finds himself, of course, dropping further down the order than he would have been hoping to today, and in fact is out of the race, is the 18, so that's very unfortunate for himself. But Bill Bowyer, second place, will be potentially inheriting that provisional championship lead after today, and will be hoping to take that third place that he's got now. Further on, a little bit of a problem potentially for the 23, who's able to get going. That's Mark Taylor in 19th place, unfortunate there. But he's having problems, huge send from the 15 on the 1-2-2. And that is a lapped car, I believe, getting out of the way nice and cleanly. And moving on to the next lap. 40 seconds left to go in this race session. And then we will have one more lap after that. And it looks as though, Mark Taylor has had those problems. Looking at another car who might potentially have those problems. Is that in fact Mark Taylor, who's pulled off to the side now and is out of this race? We should wait and see. There's a lot of stricken karts around this race circuit, and in fact, one of the two that are now stricken is Jason Newman, who was running before his problems in 6th place. So very unfortunate for the number 90 that he's seen his race come to a close. But now 2 laps left to go in this race. Taylor Bellini will take us on to what will be the final lap of this race, and he has a gap of 2.6 seconds, a huge margin over the rest of this field, and that will be the perfect way to start off his campaign, to start off his his Rye House Kart Club season. It will be very, very good indeed when he comes to the line. But of course, he's not quite there yet. We've still got some fights going out on the circuit. The likes of Nicholas Ash fighting with Chris Emerson. The likes of Dave Darnborough fighting with Dave Toklov for positions further down the order. But for Taylor Bellini, it will be victory in the 177 Rotax Heat 1. Bill Bowyer will come home in second, and Jimmy Galloway will round out the podium just about ahead of Harry Taylor. The top second down to 4th. Split by less than a second. Jake Bradfield in 5th, ahead of Jack Taylor. Lewis Barr in 7th, and then Hugo Pereira, Jordan Tolley and Drew Lamas round out the top 10. 21st was lap, that would be Jonathan Militello. Everybody else DNF, Jason Newman, Ryan Sands, Dan Wright, and of course those that had the problems at the start of the race. But Bellini starts off his campaign with a victory. Didn't even see Bowyer make his way past on lap 10 on Galloway. That was a very big move for himself, potentially in championship contention. 1 point the difference, but every little helps. The karts that are now stricken, there is 4 of them in the circuit. They will be recovered, and then we'll be able to get to our next race, the Come Bambino Heat number 2, their second race of 3. Welcome back to the Rye House Kart Club round 3 of the season, and we are here for the Heat 2s, and we are kicking off with the Come Bambino Heat 2. Of course, Aurelio Capolonga took pole position in this one. Harry Green was alongside him, and then it was River de Giorgio Miller and Jax Wilmington who rounded out the field. And same again this time around, Capolonga and Green matching on pace at the moment. And then de Giorgio Miller and Wilmington doing the same. Of course, Wilmington unfortunate in race 1 the way that it went, where he had to retire early on. But we're hoping to do a little bit better in race 2, and so far, well, he survived the first lap, so he's ready to launch an attack on de Giorgio Miller. And hopefully we'll be getting to see those two fighting away, as we saw Capolonga and Green doing so in race 1. And I'd imagine we'll be seeing pretty similar very, very shortly as they head on to what will be the second lap. And, well, Capolonga was fastest lap last time out. Harry Green has it this time around, a 50.040 for the 55, as he chases in behind the number 16. And, well, he's seen a lot of the back of the 16 today, and he's going to hope at some point that's going to be different. But for now, he remains ready to fight with the 16. Wants to find any opportunity to make his way through. Otherwise, he's going to have a very frustrating day of it, sitting behind him for both race 1 and now race 2 as well. Which, you know, it started off in the way that race 1 ended off. Harry Green briefly had the lead in race 1, but Capolonga took it back and held on to it for the remainder of that race. But Harry Green kept up the pace, and he's kept up the pace this race with the fastest last lap around, and this time no such luck. He was about a tenth slower than Aurelio Capolonga, and so those two are going to keep fighting it out for the lead. In the meantime, Jax Wilmington has managed to close in by a tenth of a second on River de Giorgio Miller for that third place. He's right in behind. You've got 2 by 2. It's Noah's Ark here for the Come Bambino Heat number 2. And we will be seeing who's going to come out on top. At the moment, they don't seem to have the acceleration out of the corners in comparison to the other car in the fight to be able to get ahead. They seem relatively well matched, do these two pairs of drivers. And so I think it may well continue on to be the case that, well, the first round of your Come Bambino season is going to go in this way, where it's Aurelio Capolonga leading Harry Green, leading River de Giorgio Miller, and then leading Jax Wilmington in terms of the way that the standings end up going. Although, of course, the Alpha Live timing currently does not have Capolonga in the standings. I'm sure that will be fixed. But the 16 at the moment has been able to build up a gap now over Harry Green, 0.8 of a second for himself, 0.841 to be more specific, as they cross the line to start lap number 4. That was the case for himself, and he'll hope that this time he's going to be able to close it in. It was, as I say, 0.8 of a second, 0.5 of a second slower on the previous lap time for Green, because Capolonga set to 50.511 and Green set to 51.056. What they're going to do as they cross the line this time around, it's a 50.275 and a 50.077. So Harry Green getting closer to Aurelio Capolonga on that previous tour around. 0.2 is what he was able to gain on the 16. Number 2 minutes 30 left in this race session. Anything could happen. Anything could happen between those two drivers. And I think towards the end of this race, it is starting to look as though Harry Green is the quicker driver once again. Yes, Capolonga had that one lap where he was 0.5 quicker. But since then, Harry Green gained 0.2 and now appears to have gained even more. We'll see what the exact split time will be when they cross the line this time around. But Green has consistently proven that he's got very, very good pace, but Capolonga has similar enough pace that he's able to hold on to it this time. 0.358, the difference between Green and Aurelio Capolonga. And I think it might be it might just have to be a defence for the number 16 to hold on to the position. You can see how close the 55 is getting down the straights as the 16 is punching a hole in the air for the 55 to be able to make his way through, but he can't quite do so. In fact, in the meantime, speaking of making their way through, completely missed it, but Jax Wilmington made his way through on River DeGiorgio Miller. So that is a fight for third place that is very much on between those two karters. And it was a personal best from Jax Wilmington that meant he was 7/10 quicker. And on the exit of the corner, River did pull alongside, but didn't do enough to pull ahead, didn't quite have the acceleration in the kart versus Wilmington to be able to make his way through. 1 minute left in this session, and Harry Green 50.0, Aurelio Capolonga 50.2. So it's another 10th that Harry Green has been able to eke out. And Jack Wilmington, well, he's been able to be only just slightly quicker than River DeGiorgio Miller. So at the moment, it looks as though Wilmington is actually going to be able to take the podium away. I've been proven wrong by the 98. And he's doing very, very well indeed to keep up that pace. They're all doing very, very well indeed to keep up that pace. And we're coming to the end of the race. Don't forget, we're going to have one more lap after the final one to see what is going to happen. Or one more lap after the klaxon sounds, as it would be proverbially, to see who's going to come out on top. Aurelio's going to lead Harry Green onto the penultimate lap of the race. 16 seconds to go on the timer. So that does mean that we're going to be going on to one more lap. And River DeGiorgio Miller has made his way back through on Jax Wilmington up into third place. They've had a good fight. It's just a shame I've not kept my eye on it because of how close the top two have been. And Capolonga remains ahead of Green and has a bigger gap than he has done for the last few laps. But that gap, about half a car length, or half a kart length even. So very, very tight indeed. River ready to defend that position, and he will have to onto the final lap of the race because Jax Wilmington will be quick enough to keep up the pace with him. And onto the final lap goes Capolonga, onto the final lap goes Harry Green as well. They're the two leading the way in the Come Bambino class in Heat 2 and also in Heat 1 as well as Capolonga personal best to try and defend that position. It'll be a quarter of a second that he's been able to eke out on Harry Green on the previous tour, and so it looks as though that will be the position and that will be the victory for Aurelio Capolonga. Where can Harry Green find a chance? Is there going to be a chance for the 55 to make his way through? Is there going to be a chance for the 98 to make his way onto the podium? A very well-deserved podium with the way that he's come back after race number 1, but I don't think he's going to be able to get over the line. But a personal best for himself is signs that his pace is improving. Just a shame that River also sets his personal best lap time. But around the final corner, Aurelio Capolonga has done enough to hold on to the position once again. Harry Green has spent pretty much the entire day chasing in behind the 16. And he will be briefly alongside, but not alongside enough as they cross the line. And Harry Green, in fact, fastest lap of the race, 49.9, so he really pushed on that final tour. Capolonga, personal best for himself. They pushed each other to the limit. And it was Capolonga that came out on top in the end. Green in second, DeGiorgio Miller in third, repeating the podium from race 1. But Jax Wilmington, 0.271 off of the back of River. Very, very close between the two riders, and very close between the two at the very top of the field as well. But that is race number 2 of the Come Bambino class gone. We have one more race to go for them, and then we will round out our day in terms of the Come Bambinos. That will be in about 40-50 minutes time, something like that, because we've still got all the other Heat 2s to go. The next one up, the Honda GX200s. we've got our 12 karts out in the GX200 cadet class, ready for heat number 2 in class. Here today it'll be race number 9. And, well, we are weaving, ready to get ourselves underway. It will be Harry Grant on that pole position. Freddie Williams will be lining up alongside as they're going to pull up to the grid. And this is one of those that does park up on the grid. I believe it's only these two, though, that do. The Common Bambinos and the GX200s. That will be parking up on the grid, ready to go racing. The rest of them will be rolling starts, and we will be seeing them very, very shortly. But the engine revs are going up and the lights are out and the action gets underway now. We'll see Harry Grant, who was leading from pole position into the first corner. Is he going to lead out of turn number 2? Yes, indeed he is. Coming under a little bit of pressure from the car to Freddie Williams behind, but can't quite get close enough. King Kimber and Ted Fry fighting away. Ted Fry, very good start for him, all the way up from 6th at the start up to 4th, and he's going to try to continue that pace up as he heads through the rest of this race. But a very good start from Ted, and he's going to continue that one on as there's a contact warning for the number 17, Brandon Lackshow, who is currently finding himself in 8th place. Everybody's going to filter out as they come to the line for the first time, and it will be Harry Grant who leads the way ahead of Freddie Williams. King Kimber ready to pressure Freddie Williams into the first corner. Ted Fry ready to do the same thing to Kimber, and he's going to pull alongside the number 20 and ahead because I think Kimber didn't feel as though he wanted to repeat race 1. They didn't want to make contact. 17 and 72 made contact, and then a bit of a bump between the 72 and the 83. So that was Lackshow making his way through Ushak, who dropped back, and then David Churka really struggled with being right in behind, and there was nothing he could really do in terms of holding on to position at that point as well. The fight for that 3rd place really lighting up. Ted Fry holding on to 3rd place at the moment. Lackshow making his way past Ushak on the previous lap time, as I said, and then Bond making his way past Wilmington for 9th and 10th place. Is Ted Fry able to pressure Freddie Williams for 2nd place? We know that he likes a move, and the 20 is trying to make him go for a move. And so the 26 goes for the outside line, tries to cut across and switch to the inside. Kimber looked for the same gap, so he was not able to make his way through, but it will be Ted Fry up into 2nd place. Contact between Fry and Williams, and somehow they've been able to recover it with not much in the way of major spills, but they do drop down a position, and that does look like damage on the front of, is that Brandon Lackshow in the 17 in behind, as there was contact warning for number 83, David Chuaka in the meantime, but I think that might be a little bit of damage on one of the carts. Unfortunate there as the 17 through on the 26. Up into the podium is Brandon Lackshow, and Keane Kimber, who did not benefit from contact with Ted Fry last race out, is now seeing the complete opposite effect as well, there was contact between a couple of the drivers, and this time he's been able to make his way up into 2nd place, and by some considerable margin, as fastest lap goes in from Harry Grant, and 3rd all the way down to pretty much 11th are locked in battle. And well, this is going to be a very, very good race indeed, with all of them ready to seek an opportunity. And you feel as though they're going to race fearlessly, with like they've got nothing to lose, because that's the way that we've seen the GX200s so far, is that they've been not afraid to race each other at all. I think that's an understatement, really, in terms of the way that they've been fighting with each other. But still very, very good racing indeed is what we've seen so far, and we will see it across the rest of this second half of the race. 3 minutes 30 left to go in this session, and we have Harry Grant leading by 2.3 seconds. Keane Kimber, his gap between himself and Lackshow is 1.6. And then Ted Fry right in behind, but he's under pressure from Freddie Williams all of his own, so he needs to worry about the kart behind, as does Callum Ryan, who's waiting in the wings behind both of them. He's under pressure from David Chanka now, and Chuaka even now, and those two. Further up the order, I believe that is Ted Fry and Freddie Williams, who are going to blows, and in the end filtering out one by one, as you do tend to have to, into turn number 7 on this racetrack, or turns number 6 and 7 on this racetrack as you head down past the main, you'd call it a grandstand, wouldn't you? The main grandstand where, of course, everybody watching on that isn't involved actively in being part of one of the teams. Send from Jaden Bond. Is it going to work? Yes, it is on David Chuaka and is up into 7th place, side by side between the 17 and I believe that 2B. Is that Ted Fry involved in yet more action out at the front of this group of drivers? I think it is, and it's still side by side as they'll head down towards the first corner, but in the end, one has to back out, one has to yield. I don't think it's going to be Ted Fry anytime soon, but Laksho's going to be alongside down towards the first corner. Freddie Williams waiting in the background as well, hoping that there will be an opportunity for him to make his way onto the podium. And it's a huge lunge. So Brendan Laksho up into 3rd place, or Brandon even, and Ted Fry trying to hold that outside line, make his way through, maybe even dipping a tyre onto the grass, going to try and go around the outside again, switching back to the inside, and they will be completely alongside, so it's whoever has the throttle down first that will be able to come out on top in this battle. It's 2 by 2 behind as well, with Callum Ryan and Freddie Williams going alongside each other, and it's still 2 by 2 as they head down towards the final corner. I think Ted Fry has managed to make his way clear, and then it'll be Laksho and Williams ready to fight for 4th and 5th place, side by side on the exit of the corner. I believe that to be Jaden Bond and David Chuaka for that 7th place, and indeed it was down towards the first corner, but who was able to come out on top? I think it was Jaden Bond in the 48 who managed to hold station at the moment. 33 looking to the inside of 61. Big defensive move from Freddie Williams, but I don't know if that's going to pay off because I think he was half attacking, half defending, so that's put him in 2 minds, which has really not helped him in the long run, and in the end he's gotten away with it. Slightly further down in that pack as well, I think that was Oscar Baker and Dominic Ushak fighting for 9th and 10th place. Chase Wilmington rearing up that pack in 11th, but 3rd down to 11th in such a furious fight. This is exactly what we would have wanted to see today. Who's going to find an opportunity with 37 seconds left to go? So 2 laps left of racing. The 17, I think, has damage, but he's going to go for the inside line of Ted Fry. Can he make his way through? Fry's going to be on the outside line, which turns into the inside line for turn 5. Later on the brakes for Brendan Laksho, and he's going to be able to make his way through. Brandon Laksho up into the podium positions. Ted Fry might lose another one as Freddie Williams tries to pull alongside, but no such luck for the number 61 at the moment, who stays waiting in the wings. And is there a little bit of a tap between Fry and Laksho as they head out of the final corner? I think there was, but not enough to make a difference. The final lap is underway then, and Harry Grant is going to be, or the penultimate lap even is underway. We're going to get the final lap going after this. But Harry Grant is very much in the lead of this race and is going to be able to take it. His 2nd win of the day. Kian Kimber in 2nd place. Of course, no luck last time out. This time around, he's had it all going his way, and he's going to come home in a comfortable 2nd place. And then Chase Wilmington, who was 3rd place, down in 11th. So the standings going to look pretty even after this race. And I think that's a pretty fair assessment of the way that these drivers have driven throughout the course of the race. They've been relatively even in terms of the pace. They've been relatively even in terms of the fighting that they've had. So it's unsurprising, really, that they are going to be able to have the chance to go fight side by side, knuckle to knuckle, throughout the course of the championship as well. Fry looks to the outside, Brandon Laksho covers it off, and on the exit of the corner, the 61 might pull alongside. Freddie Williams wants that 4th place. He wants to gain every single position that he can, and the 26 was briefly able to be alongside, but not for too long. But Harry Grant now, around the final corner, is going to come home and take his 2nd win of 2 here in round 3 of the Kart Club. The GX200 Cadets has seen another victory for Harry Clark. Up to the line for Kian Kimber for 2nd place. Brandon Laksho had to defend hard, even out of the final corner, but took 3rd place. Fry, Williams, Ryan Bond, Chuaka, Baker, Ushak and Wilmington all very closely locked. And then Max Archer will be our final finisher, but very, very tight indeed for all of those drivers. 3rd down to 11th. And I think they're all going to breathe a huge sigh of relief that the race is over and that they've ended up without any scrapes. The Honda GX 200 Cadet Heat 2 is over. So we now have one more race in the day for them. Next up, though, is going to be the Micromax Cadet. Again, heat number 2. And it will be the Micromax Cadet Heat 2 to get us underway for what will be the next race. Out there, Vieira and Senna on the front row of this field. And, well, it's a thoroughly deserved front row of the field because of the pace that they demonstrated in heat number 1, finishing 3 seconds ahead of anybody else in the field. And, of course, Hugo Senna finishing almost 3 seconds, about 2.5, ahead of Cal Vieira anyway. So a gap of 7 seconds to the rest of the field. Or 6.6 specifically is what's been put down on the timing. Very, very impressive, and they're going to hope to do the same thing. The 118 and the 88 starting on the same row of the grid. 9 karts out there at the moment. It's Vieira to Senna, to Hunt, to Halil, to Galloway, to Otley, Thistlethwaite, to Robinson Matthews, to Lovejoy, to Dempsey as we get to green flag racing. And it will be Senna to lead into the first corner. Holds that inside line. Is Vieira going to be able to make his way around the outside, though? Not quite yet. And so he stays in behind. We're going to go for another one. Our 4th full start of the day in the Micromax Cadets. There were a couple of karts in the wrong place, I believe, but I believe they've been put in the right place now as we get to green flag racing. No, we're not. We're going to go for another full start with these karts, I believe. As we head through the first couple of corners. And, well, we can't quite tell whether we will, but yeah, indeed we will be. Slowing it down. Trust your instincts, everybody. But we are slowing it down once again. To get ready to get going once again. Third time lucky? Let's hope so. Although, we've had a non-starter who is incredibly frustrated, I'll tell you that much for free. But I think we're going to go around for another formation lap. The driver's going to know that. We are going to wait and see as Hugo Senna leads the way ahead of Calviera in that second place, and very closely followed behind as well by third Leo Hunt, who's going to be alongside. They're going to be 3 wide, in fact, as they head through towards turn number 4, and it will be the 88 who is going to continue to lead the karts away with the 118 holding that second place, the 66 holding third. But they did go briefly 3 wide, and Leo Hunt looked in the best place. I'm not quite sure how he's managed to end up all the way down in third place. I say all the way. Whoops, down. Is that another full start? Yes. Sorry, stream. Didn't mean to knock you over. Oh, that didn't hurt your ears too much. Are we green flag racing this time? Yes, we are. Hugo Senna is going to lead the way into the first corner. Calviera is going to maybe be alongside, but can't quite get the overspeed. They went 3 wide here when they thought they were racing last lap. Are they going 3 wide now? No, because the 66 can't quite get close enough. Vieira just worried about the kart behind, because he's going to worry about Senna later on. Senna leading the way at the moment. Is there going to be an opportunity on the inside for Vieira? Not quite. They wait in behind, and Leo Hunt waits in behind the two of them, hoping that he'll be able to make his way past. Did go briefly 3 wide on the third start that we had, but in the end does sit back and wait in position as we end the first lap. We also get to see who it was that unfortunately struggled to start. Although in fact, all 8 karts left in this race are continuing on, so we will be able to find out who that was, and I believe that to be Cooper Galloway, who unfortunately is not going to be able to continue in this race, and we'll be watching on very solemnly, knowing that he has the pace in this championship to do something very, very good indeed. And well, he's just going to have to prove it at the next few rounds, of course. Cooper, 7th place in the standings as it stands, but that's of course with this round half applied, half not. So we'll see how they all stack up as we head after the final. Well, still one more opportunity for the karters to see what they are going to be able to do, and then we'll tally up all the points and we'll get to see where they are right now in the championship standings as we head through what is round number 3 of an 8-round season. And well, it's been a very, very good start to today. Of course, we've had all the Heat 1s, and we had an incredible Heat 1 in some of the classes in particular, and hopefully we'll be able to get the chance to see something that was similar to what I believe it was the junior Rotax, or the senior Rotax even, had in the end, where it was very, very close. Callum Scrivens, Anthony Parfit, Lewis Joyner, Marius Smith, Mikhail Islam, all of those karts, very, very good races indeed. It was great fun to watch, and hopefully we'll get something similar next time around when they head out of the pit lane. Hopefully we'll get it in some of the other classes as well, as well, we've got 3 races before that senior Rotax grid comes out for race number 2. We've got the Micro Maxes, the Inters and the Juniors before that, and of course we're watching on now with the Micro Maxes, where Hugo Senna leads the way and keeps setting fastest laps. He sets a 39.589 last time around. And well, that's a very, very good lap time indeed. That's improving on the previous fastest lap time, which was also set by him, which was a 39.6. So just shaving off that lap time as he goes, as the 44. AJ Halil has dropped off the back of the top 3 a little bit. He's under pressure from Ezra, Robinson, Matthews, who will want to make his way past as soon as he can. Of course, ready to fight. Behind those 2, Tommy Lovejoy, our championship leader, heading into this race with 186 and 194 points from the first 2 rounds respectively, and he'll hope to pick some more points up here today. 6th place is where he currently stands in this one, and well, the race before, race number 1, he managed to find himself in 7th place, so a little bit of an improvement in race number 2 here today. And well, we might be seeing this be used as his drop week because of the fact that his other 2 have been so good. But Ezra Robinson Matthews is alongside AJ Halil, and there might have been a tap between the 2. There was certainly a tap between Robinson Matthews and the barrier, and he's gone around and dropped down the order. I think that's what happens when you try to go alongside each other into turn number 6. and then the track squeezes up on you quicker than you expect it to. So very unfortunate for somebody who had very good pace, and Ezra going to try and drag the car home in 7th place. But as I was saying, don't worry, because there are drop rounds, which means you have to be right on it for the rest of the season. Now the pressure on AJ Hillel that was already being put on by Ezra Robinson-Matthews has been doubled by the fact that it's Tommy Lovejoy. Around goes, I believe that's Ezra Robinson-Matthews again, who were very, very close to Ralph Dempsey. Both of them managing to avoid contact, thankfully. But it can happen sometimes when you feel the pressure. You try to put your head down and carry on, but in the end, you just have to build yourself up, I think, from point 1 and then go again after that point, where you have to maybe do a couple of laps at 75% before you can get yourself up to speed. But it is incredibly frustrating, and I entirely sympathise with him as Ezra going to go around the outside of Dempsey, who in fairness didn't give him too much of a fight. Sort of knew that Ezra's situation was not that he was on the similar pace, but that he was just an incredibly frustrated driver who's had a couple of moments. So Dempsey letting him go, maybe going to follow in his wheel tracks, try to follow and learn, because of course Ralph Dempsey new to the circuit here today. This is his first round of the season, and so if he can pick up information from somebody like Ezra who's in his 3rd round, then he can start to really cut the gap between himself and the rest of the field and get closer to the front, knowing what lines they need to take, what braking zones they need to hit, at what points. It's all a learning experience. The more experience that you've had at a certain circuit, the better you're going to be at that circuit. There's never too much experience you can have, and so it's really good for these drivers that they're able to gain that experience now. Hugo Senna will lead us on to what will be I believe the penultimate lap of the race. Maybe we'll have 3 more, in fact, left in this race session. He's about halfway through the lap, the 1:18 of Cal Vieira, not too far off. He's not been able to shake him, has Senna, nor has Vieira been able to shake Hunt throughout the course of this race. The top 3 very well matched, and then AJ Hillel under pressure now from Tommy Lovejoy, who of course is our championship leader as it stands, and 380 points that he has. I think he won't be adding to that today. I think this will be taken as his automatic drop week. But of course, we never know what could happen in race 3. Hugo Senna, fastest of all, with a 39.505. Cal Vieira in 2nd place and Leo Hunt in 3rd, all with personal bests, all within the 39.5s or 6s. 5 for Senna, 6 for Vieira and Hunt, and that's the level that Senna's been able to reach, which is one a little bit higher than everybody else, and he is going to make the most of this 2nd round that he's competing in this season. Of course, was not here for round 2, but round 3 has gone very well for him. There's 2 laps to go in this race, or 1.5 if you're Hugo Senna, and he can come up to the line and start the final one. Vieira and Hunt ready to fight, and I think they're focused on each other more than Hugo Senna. They're focused on picking up that 2nd place. They both want it, and Vieira already has one today. Leo Hunt frustratingly had to cling on to 3rd, but now he has the chance to fight for that 2nd place, and he's going to try to seek the opportunity into maybe turn number 5. It's 4 and 5, which are the prime overtaking spots, but neither of them have been set up well enough, I think, by Leo Hunt. He hasn't been able to get close enough. Someone who has been, though, is Tommy Lovejoy. He's passing AJ Hillel into 4th place. AJ drops down to 5th as Hugo Senna heads around the final corner. He's going to take 2 in 2 in the Micromax Cadets. Heat 2 heads to Senna, and it will be Vieira coming home in 2nd place, Hunt in 3rd. Tommy Lovejoy will run home in 4th place ahead of AJ Hillel in 5th. And Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite in 6th place. And then Ezra Robinson-Matthews, who did have good pace to catch back up in fairness. And then Ralph Dempsey in 8th to round out the field. But that's it for the Micromax Cadets heat number 2. They have 1 more race to go here today. And, if Senna can 3-peat it, that would be very, very impressive indeed. But he's not the only one that's in line for a potential 3-peat, because don't forget, we saw victories from the Honda class from Harry Grant and from the Bambino class for Aurelio Capolonga. So we're yet to have a new winner in these 2nd heats. Maybe that could change with the next race. Santiago Simeone did lead the way in in the inter-road taxes, but TJ McLeish very close behind. Now they come of the pit lane, the Inter-Rotax 950s for their second heat of the day. Will be Santiago Simeone leading the way ahead of TJ McLeish in second place, Harrison Utram, who will be in third, and Philip Poloskov, who will be in fourth. Theodore Nurse-Moore and Oliver Stonebrook in fifth and sixth, with Mohamed Umar Abdeen and Dylan Patrick seventh and eighth, and Lewis Jackson rounding out that field. And we'll see them get underway very, very shortly as they head around, hopefully a little bit quicker than the last class, because of course, don't forget, they had, what was it? Was it 4 full starts in the end? But of course, there's plenty of reasons for that, and hopefully we're going to get first time lucky here for the Inter-Rotax 950s as they head past the start finish and they get underway. Santiago Simeone led into the first corner. He is still going to lead ahead of TJ McLeish in that second place, and third, well, it's going to be Harrison Utram, who had a good start to this race. Mohamed Umar Abdeen looking to the outside line of Dylan Patrick for that seventh place, and he's going to get through. Very, very well done around the outside, and he makes that move stick. And another position lost, I think, for Dylan Patrick as he went slightly wide, and through went Lewis Jackson into that eighth place for Dylan, dropping down to ninth, and Santiago Simeone continuing to lead the way with TJ McLeish in that second spot. And they'll come across the line to start the second lap of the race in that order, where it's Simeone to McLeish to Utram to Poloskov to Stonebrook to Nurse-Moore to Abdeen to Jackson, then to Patrick, who had a poor exit because of the fact that Abdeen overtook him. He was slightly thrown off his line, and that cost him a position. Is Umar Abdeen going to be able to make up another position on Theodore Nurse-Moore? We will have to wait and see. He looked as though he was going to be racing out of the exit of turn number 4, but couldn't quite do so in the end. Waited in behind the 58. And, well, we'll just be happy with gaining that place off of the start back up to where he should have started in 7th place, of course, with Stonebrook and Nurse-Moore being the others who have swapped. Lewis Jackson and Dylan Patrick swapping one. Patrick just getting a good start and getting past Abdeen has now dropped down a position. TJ McLeish trying to find a way past Santiago Simeone at the moment. Santiago, though, really holding firm. This could be a deja vu for McLeish. He followed Simeone all the way through race number 1. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to end up in a similar vein to the way that the Como Bambino race went, where Harry Green just really struggled to get past Aurelio Capolonga. And, well, that appears to be the way that it went in race 1 for these two karters. Is it going to be the way that it goes in race 2? We'll have to wait and see, but we only have 4 minutes and 53 seconds to be able to see what happens between those two karters at the moment, but they continue on at the 27, just really trying to maximise the advantage that they currently have by having the lead. The 74 really getting close to the back of Santiago Simeone at the moment. Faster on their fastest laps, faster at last time out as well. So it's going to be very, very close indeed between those two to see who's going to be able to come out on top. Wouldn't be surprised if it was TJ McLeish who was able to make his way through. But of course, he has to make his way through first, and that's an easier said than done thing. But yeah, we'll see whether he's going to be able to make the most of the pace that he has, although the last lap, the difference between them was 0.022. That basically just means TJ McLeish feels as though he is quick enough to make his way through, but not quite yet. Just tucks in behind Santiago as there's a black flag out for Dylan Patrick. There's two black flags, in fact, out for Dylan Patrick. Not sure why that would be. Lewis Jackson on the outside line of the 145 of Mohamed Umar Abdin tried to make his way through. In the end, Theodore Nurse-Moore, who dropped those two positions last time out, is able to regain one of them and jump up into 7th place once again. As Santiago Simeone heads on to what will be the 6th lap of this race, just ahead of TJ McLeish, who is just in behind, but again, slightly quicker on the previous lap time. So those two, very, very locked in battle, and will be fighting very soon, you would imagine, as they get towards the end of the race. TJ will nervously be looking at the timing board to see how long is left in this race, and the answer, 2 minutes 50, as he has to set himself up very soon. And of course, he will be seeing the white flags for the penultimate lap, and the white flags for the final lap at the end of the penultimate lap, and then the checkered flag at the end of the final lap. And I think by the time that the white flag rolls around, he will have at least made one attempt at getting past Santiago Simeone for the lead of this race. And we'll see whether he's able to take that chance and make his way through, but not quite yet, as the 36 of Filip Polashkov still follows in behind Harrison Outram, and that's another close one between those two. Then Stonebrook, Abdin, Nurse-Moore and Jackson all very close to making moves. So 3 battles, I'd say, ready to ignite. They just need that spark. Now they need that one driver to make that way through, to have a go at least at making that way through and jumping up a position. But with 1 minute 58 left in this race session, I'm not sure whether that's going to be ultimately a possibility for these drivers who are just going to continue their racing on right to the very end, running out of time. And Santiago Simeone will be hoping that that time ticks down quickly. Theodore Nurse-Moore looking for a move on the back of Mohamed Umar Abdin, doesn't make his way past in the end. Just backs out nice and sensibly, because there wasn't really a move on there. He just tried to fashion one, but in the end couldn't quite do so. TJ McLeish in behind Santiago Simeone is now 0.451 behind as Santiago with the fastest lap of the race, and that could be the most crucial lap of his race, because then he can extend the gap to everybody behind, and in particular TJ McLeish behind, because then TJ is not going to be putting him under all too much pressure for that lead, because he's not close enough to. You need to really be right in behind the kart in front to make your approach. But it's going to be, I think, Santiago Simeone who's going to win this one. But are we going to get 2 more laps or just the 1 more lap? We will see. I think it's going to be 2 more laps, as Santiago is going to cross the line right about now. That was the noise of Santiago's engine for those of you watching on the stream. And so that means that we will be getting 2 more laps of racing under our belts. Santiago continues to hold that lead. Everybody continues to hold the station, and I'd be interested, in fact, to see the gap between Simeone and McLeish towards the end of the race. I think it's pretty cut and dry that Simeone has won it now. By how much, we shall wait and see at the moment. It's about 0.5 of a second for himself, as now we might even be getting 1 more lap. We are indeed getting 1 more lap for Santiago Simeone and TJ McLeish. So 2 more laps of racing, courtesy of those two, is going to come around very, very quickly indeed. If it just flies this lap because it's only 37 seconds. It absolutely flies. And you go, oh, wow, we've had 7 laps of racing. That's how it's been throughout the course of the day for me, as the 145 makes his way through on the 115, tries to fight back, bit of bumping between the two, and the 145 is pushed wide. Lewis Jackson makes his way through and jumps up a position. So Santiago Simeone heading us on to what will be the final lap of this race, and will most likely come home the victor of race number 2 here today for the Interrotax 950s, with incredible pace that he's had. He's just been able to eke out enough of a gap. It's not been a ridiculous gap. It's not been the most unbelievable pace. But what he has done is he's managed the gap to perfection, and he'll be coming home a very, very happy victor, I would imagine, as around the final corner they come, and Santiago Simeone takes the victory in the Interrotax 950s. Heat number 2, TJ McLeish will come home in second place. And, well, it's a rinse and repeat of the podium from the last race, with Simeone topping it, and second place going to TJ McLeish, and third place this time not to Filip Poliskov but to Harrison Outram. But Poliskov got very close. Then Stonebrook, Jackson, Abdeen, Nursmore and Patrick will round out your order for the Interrotaxes. Race 12 has just come to an end. Race 13, or race number 2 for the Junior Rotax Max, is going to get underway. And we've got the Junior Rotaxes out on the road. Ayrton Ray will be alongside Ronnie Jones on the front row, Tigran Gregorian and Harry Search third and fourth. It will be Timmy Shahini in fifth place alongside Harvey Watts for fifth and sixth, and then Mia Minot and Vinnie Cunningham seventh and eighth. Declan Pires and Ronnie Chapman rounding out the top 10, with Mikolovska, Friel, Nickelbean, Suresh, McDougall and Jolly rounding out the order. It's great to see that the 507 is potentially back in this race, as we're going to go to green flag racing here for the Junior Rotax heat number 2. Who's going to lead out of the first corner? Is it going to be Ayrton Ray? Indeed it is. And Ayrton holding on to that lead in the 118, the 377 following right in behind. And, well, they will continue their fighting onwards. Is the 70 going to have anything to do? As Ronnie Jones, poor start for him, drops down a couple of positions and is going to try and make his way back up, signalling to the cars in behind that they're going to have to work together as a team to make their way onto that podium. And at the moment just sits in behind as we end the first lap of this race. It's a contact warning for the number 33, Ronnie Chapman. Ayrton Ray holds the lead. Tigran Gregorian jumps up to second place. Timmy Shahini in third as Ronnie Jones drops to fourth. Vinnie Cunningham and Harvey Watts both pass Harry Search for fifth and sixth. And there might be another pass here for the 70 on the 240. Ronnie Jones to the inside line of Shahini, and he's able to make his way through up onto the podium positions with the inside line at turn 4. Pretty nice and cut and dry move. It's a good move in the end, as Harry Search also attempts to do a similar thing out of turn 5, and I believe he was successful. Didn't quite see whether he was, but we'll see as they come up to the line, and the timing will update once again, and it will be Shahini, of course, dropping a place. Harry Search gaining a place in Harvey Watts. So it was the move in the end. Dylan Suresh having a contact warning, the second one of this race. The first one went the way of Ronnie Chapman. Inside line for the 73, Mia Minot trying to make a move, but can't quite find that gap on Harvey Watts to really compound the misery on the number 90, who's dropped one spot so far. This race, Declan Perez has dropped 4. He's the biggest loser out of the first few laps. The biggest winner will be Dylan Suresh, who's gained 5 now. And I was just waiting to see him move past Mia Minot, which indeed he has done. He's up into 8th place, 404, maybe to the inside of the 42. Can't quite make that move. Is the 110 going to make his way past on the 14? No, he's not. So it's getting very close between the karts, and the 404 going for another move on the exit of the corner. Is he able to jump by and move up a spot, as Dylan Suresh, in fact, is under investigation in the 144. Not just a contact warning this time around. Ayrton Ray, fastest lap, a 35.673. Ronnie Jones, 35.692 for himself. So first and third at the quickest of all of the karts at the moment. And well, we could be seeing yet another exact same victor at the very top of this field, with Ayrton Ray potentially coming home with the victory once again. Tigran Grigorian, who was second place last time out, will be hoping to do one better this time around. And I think Ronnie Jones also hoping to do better than his third place that he picked up last time. And he's demonstrating the pace with the fastest lap. Vinnie Cunningham and Harry Search side by side into turn number 1. And in the end, it is going to be Vinnie who comes out on top of that one. Harry Search, in fact, dropping a position. No, in fact, it's the other way around. It's Harry Search who's managed to make his way up on Vinnie Cunningham and Timmy Shahini as well. Or is Shahini ahead? I got confused with the 240 and the 284. Apologies. But Vinnie Cunningham and Harry Search did swap. Harry Friel splits the 2 as Ayrton Ray snatches the fastest lap back. Ronnie Jones snatches it right back, showing the pace of the top 3 at the moment. As Shahini and Watts both dropping down the order. Watts dropping down a little bit more significantly, the 90 down into 10th place, the 73 on the inside of the 240. Mia Minot trying to make her way past on Timmy Shahini, can't quite find that gap at the moment, so just wait and watches. The 33 of Ronnie Chapman finds the inside line of Harvey Watts, who has a poor exit out of the corner. Declan Perez tries to mount on the misery, does so, and so that's 2 moves up for those 2 karts. Harvey Watts really struggling with the car, I'm not quite sure, there must be an issue. As Ronnie Jones fastest lap of the race once again. Harry Friel, personal fastest as well. He's in 4th. Vinnie Cunningham also picking up his fastest lap time. In the meantime, he's in 5th, and he is trying to close in on the back of Harry Friel, which he's done so far. Just needs that little bit of an edge to push him over the line. Declan Perez on the back of Ronnie Chapman, trying to find that gap and make that move stick, but no such luck for the moment. And so he waits in behind. Fastest lap once again for Ronnie Jones. Tigran Grigorian is really being pushed here to his limit, and he keeps setting personal bests, but his personal bests are not as fast as the fastest lap of all, of course, because then, by definition, it will be the fastest lap of all, but the 70 following the 3.77 at the moment and trying everything that he can to find a gap, but at the moment, no such luck for Ronnie Jones. And this can be the part that's a little bit frustrating for karters about circuits like this, is that it's a circuit that's designed for karts. It's not a circuit that's designed for, cars. Cars will have a little bit more space. For karts, there's not much space, and because of the fact that the lap is so short, they have to forge their own opportunities, or force them, even not forge. As well, we've got a mechanical flag warning for Harvey Watts, which explains the problem that the 90 is having. And I think naturally he'll be disappointed by that one. But just to have a look at the way the championship standings lie, at least before this race in the junior Rotax class, it was Ronnie Jones at the very top of this field. That's not going to change, I don't imagine, with Ayrton Ray and Grigorian making what is Grigorian's 3rd appearance after 2 performances that weren't quite on this level, and then Ayrton Ray, first round of the season, was a little bit slower than he is now, or a little bit lower, in fact, than he is now. He's been able to pick himself up and improve, which is absolutely fair play to him. And, well, we will see, I'm sure, him fighting for the championship if Ronnie Jones loses pace to the top two especially. And, well, Ronnie Jones at the moment in a very, very strong place in the championship, first place and then third overall. But yeah, we Ayrton Ray, who's first overall today, as well, he set his personal best, so did Tigran Grigorian. And well, in fact, last lap, Ayrton Ray set a 35.444, Tigran Grigorian set a 35.440, Ronnie Jones set a 35.447, although this time he's just gone and beaten that by getting a 35.366 to set once again the fastest lap and to set his sights on Grigorian. But we are on to the final lap now, and I'm not sure whether he's going to have anything in him to be able to make that overtake and jump up into second place. So I think he's going to have to settle for third place, which would be, I think, disappointing. But still, third place is a third place, and you'll take that every day of the week. Ayrton Ray then will take home another victory in the Junior Rotax Max in heat number 2 here today. Tigran Grigorian will steal fastest lap on the line from Ronnie Jones, and those top three very matched on pace because Jones comes home third, Harry Friel in fourth, Suresh, Cunningham, Shahini, Minnow, and then Nickelbane and Chapman rounding out the top 10. Chapman just ahead of Perez. Mikulovska will come home in 12th place, Felix Jolly in 13th, Lachlan McDougall, great to see him racing once again after the scary incident earlier on. He will come home in 14th place, Harvey Watson 15th, and then Harry Search in 16th. The last two DNFs, everybody else managing to finish this race. We've gone from the juniors, we'll now head to the senior Rotaxes. Hopefully they'll be able to live up to the expectations that the first race has set. Here come the seniors. You can hear the roar of the kart engines, of course, as they come out onto the circuit. And it'd be great to hear as they head through the race, the 7-minute race. I really like the format. It's really short, it's really sharp, but overall it's really effective as well for creating great racing. And well, hopefully we'll get the chance to see some great racing in just a couple of moments' time. It will be Ryan Welsh on the front row alongside Anthony Parfitt, Callum Scrivens in third place alongside Marius Smith, Mikael Islam and Luigi Pellini in 5th and 6th, with Franklin Vasama and Jasper North 7th and 8th. Alex Cooper and Matthew Kendall rounding out the top 10, then Aswad, Fernandez, Kunyasic, Badea, Joyner and Ramsey rounding out the field. Lewis Joyner, of course, with the pace of the karts at the top of the field. He'll be hoping to climb further up the order, and well, we will get ourselves underway. It is going to be green flag racing here at Rye House for the Senior Rotax heat number 2. And is it going to be Ryan leading into the first corner? I think it is, but there's contact between a couple of the karts going very, very wide. That was the 41 and the 22. So or the 47 potentially even, Anthony Parfit, and the 22 of Mikael Islam. So Islam cannot avoid these unlucky moments. There's a little bit of airtime for the 66. Lewis Joyner trying to make his way through. A little bit of airtime on the front of, I believe it was Alex Cooper. Cooper not very happy. I don't imagine that Joyner is all that happy either. But he heads to the end of the first lap. And that is a spinner at the back of the field. Is that going to be Luigi Pellini, potentially? It is indeed. The 46, unlucky to spin around the final couple of corners on the racetrack. And they're really throwing the karts through. And you can see all of these sorts of things coming in. Thomas Assawad with a poor exit. Looks like he might have just taken a little bit too much onto the sausage curbing and tried to recover himself, of course, because when you've got half your body work on the sausage curbing, you're not really going to be able to accelerate all that much straight away. Lewis Joyner under investigation, of course, for the incident that he had earlier on in the race with I still believe it's Alex Cooper, as Ryan Welsh leads the way, but Callum Scriven sets the fastest lap of the race in the 13, chasing in behind the 18, ready to go for the move. The 47 alongside the 67. Anthony Parfit trying to go around the outside, making the switchback on the Carson Fernandez is Mikael Islam, who makes the way through, takes advantage of both of them fighting, and in the end Carson Fernandez loses 2 positions with Anthony Parfit making his way through as well. So 2 very good moves, 2 very, very smart moves indeed from Parfit and from Islam on Fernandez, and they came out in the end in 5th and 6th place. And well, Ryan Welsh at this time slower than, or faster even than Scrivens on the previous lap time. Smith slower than the top 2 overall, but quicker than Scrivens on the previous lap time. And well, we'll see everybody ready to fight. Chloe Kunyasic got very close to the back of Callum Ramsey there. Lucky there was no contact between the two, because she was too far back as they headed into the corner, but out of it. They ended up a similar distance away just because of how hard she threw the car into the apex. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this one. We've already had 2 minutes and 30, and Ryan Welsh leads the way. I think we're going to have a big race on here for the victory. And contact between the 26 and the 77 as the 77 moved across. Alex Cooper moved across to try to defend from Alex Badea, and there's more contact. Badea this time with Chloe Kunyasic. It looked like, I think, Badea was trying to go to the outside line of turn 5, and Kunyasic was having kart problems. Bit of miscommunication between the two. And that's the end of the 14's race, I believe. So there's a mechanical flag out there for the 77 of Alex Cooper. Outside line for the 47 of Anthony Parfit on Mikael Islam. It switches to the inside, and it will once again be the outside, but Islam cuts it off and makes sure that he remains ahead and holds on to the position for the time being. As last time out, Ryan Welsh set the fastest lap of this race, and well, we'll see whether the 18 is going to be keeping up that pace. Indeed he is. He was once again quicker than Scrivens last time out. Marius Smith and Franklin Basama, 3rd and 4th, both with personal best lap times added for themselves. And well, 47 still involved in all the action. Anthony Parfit still ready to race, and this time he's racing with Mikael Islam, really trying to keep going. And yeah, well, we're coming to the end of this lap, continuing to be in the lead consistently into the 34s, which is the most important part. Callum Scrivens doing the same thing, remaining in the 34s. Mechanical flag again for Alex Cooper, who, I'm not sure what's happened to the 77. I'd imagine it's from the contact earlier on with Lewis Joyner from the start of the race. Joyner hasn't really been able to recover and get that pace further up the order, unfortunately, for himself. But he remains right at the back, or slightly further forward than the back now. He finds himself in 11th place out of the 15. But of course, Alex Cooper and Chloe Kunyasic have been our 2 DNFs from this race. Kunyasic still stranded in the middle of the circuit. Cooper with those 2 mechanical flags, so cannot continue. And we'll be seeing what happens in the next 2 minutes as Ryan Welsh continues to lead the way 6 or 7 tenths ahead of Callum Scrivens in that 2nd place. Marius Smith with a 2nd gap between himself and Scrivens. And well, we were hoping for another victor in this one, but as it stands, the top two will remain the same. Parfit a little bit further back, but at the moment they remain in station. And Parfit, in fact, with a contact warning, as is Mikhail Islam. So those two fighting away. Rubbing is racing, and they are certainly putting on that show here today, as now Mikhail Islam finds himself a little bit off the back and actually closer to the jaws of Carson Fernandez and Thomas Asawad than making a move ahead. Asawad right on the back of Fernandez and might be ready to make a move at some point very, very soon indeed. Let's have a look at the standings in the senior Rotax, and it is of course Ryan Welsh after the start that he's had, and well, so far the perfect weekend he's had here today, that he will be at the top of the standings and maybe extending his gap over Mikhail Islam, who has had a less than perfect weekend in the 22, unfortunately for himself, as this 3.63, or on the timing boards, the 3 of Thomas Asawad races Carson Fernandez. Carson, who doesn't really want anything to do with the fights, he's just staying on the racing line, and that's enough to keep him in the lead of the pairing as it stands, trying to just remain ahead. It's boring, but it's effective, rather than wanting to fight, because of course they're only about 3/10 off the back of Mikhail Islam, so 6th place is still up the road. 20 seconds left throughout the course of this race, and we'll be seeing who is going to be finishing where. I think we're going to have one more lap after this one, as Ryan Welsh heads through towards the final couple of corners, and we'll be starting the final lap. He's been chased by Callum Scrivens all race long. Callum has been able to get closer than he ever has been before. It was 0.39 last lap. He's now 0.33, but I still don't think that's going to be enough to see the 13 pass, because you have to be within a tenth of a second, I would say, to pull yourself alongside, and he just hasn't really got that overspeed to make his way through. So Welsh is going to come home, I think, to pick up a second of 2 races, and what a performance he's putting on at this weekend. He becomes the latest of the drivers to pick up 2 wins out on the bounce, and every single one of the riders so far has done 2 out of 2. Up to the line then for Ryan Welsh, who takes the victory in the Senior Rotax Heat 2. Ahead of Callum Scrivens in 2nd place, Marius Smith will come home in 3rd, and Franklin Versama, who had a mechanical flag, will come home in 4th, just ahead of Anthony Parfit. Mikhail Islam in 6th place, Carson Fernandez in 7th, just ahead of Thomas Asawad. Jasper North in 9th, and Lewis Joyner rounding out the top 10. Then Polini and Badea and Ramsey. Badea will be our final finisher, I think, with Ramsey, Cooper and Kunyasic all out of the race, and Kunyasic actually just standing in the middle of the track waiting to be recovered, which they'll get the opportunity to do now in between the Senior Rotax race that of course has just finished, and the 177 Rotax Heat 2 is coming up next. biggest field returns for the final one of the heats, Heat 2, for the 177 Rotax karts. And, well, it's certainly the busiest we'll see at the circuit. It's the busiest I've seen the quote-unquote stands as well. And, of course, I'm referring to the main area. The cricket fans amongst us would call it the pavilion. But of course this is not cricket, this is karting. So we're going to see some of the karts around the final corner. They're all going to come around the final corner, and we're going to get this 27 kart field underside him on the first corner. And well, we're going to get another lap of warm-up going. I'm not sure whether the drivers are aware of that. I think they are now, but it was Taylor Bellini alongside Bill Bowyer on the front row, Jimmy Galloway in third place, and Jake Bradfield in fourth. Harry Taylor in fifth alongside Hugo Pereira, and Lewis Barr alongside Mark Jackson for seventh and eighth. Nicholas Ash and Wayne Smithers are in ninth and 10th, and Drew Lammers alongside Declan Osher for 11th and 12th place. Dave Toklove in 13th alongside Jordan Tolley, Adam Smith and James Benton for 15th and 16th. Chris Emerson, Mark Taylor, Jonathan Militello and Cal Miller round out the top 20, with Sands, Wright, Newman, Taylor, Darnborough, Brancato and Stephen Kahn rounding out the field as they come up to the lights. I'm going to get going. It's green flag racing here for the Rotax Heat 2 for the 177's Bill Bowyer and Taylor Bellini into the first corner. Who's going to come out at the end of it in the lead? It's going to be Bowyer who's going to lead the way. Bellini in that second place, but he's being sent on. Big lunge from Jimmy Galloway all the way up from fifth place on to second place in this race. So a very good start from him, making his way past Bellini, Pereira and Harry Taylor, and now sets his sights on Bill Bowyer, who's got a big launch at the start. The 24 and the 222, Nicholas Ash and Adam Smith having a big bit of contact, and then having to unstick themselves, and Smith moving across to the racing line, lucky to move out of the way in time so nobody gets into a tangle with him. But at the end of the first lap, it is Bill Bowyer who leads the way. It is Jimmy Galloway worried about Taylor Bellini for that second and third place. Is Bellini going to make his way through? No, but yes, he is now into turn number 5. I was looking at turn 4, and in the meantime, turn 5, Jimmy Galloway opened up the door, and Taylor Bellini scrambled his way through like somebody prizing open a tube door. As in the meantime, the 72, Chris Emerson drops 2 positions to Domenico Brancato and Cal Miller, and Stephen Kahn up 5 places from the start, avoiding all the chaos, jumping up to 22nd, moving past Smith, Taylor, Militello, Sands and Ash, who of course all had problems at the very start of this race. But Bowyer, the fastest lap last time out, quite significant gap now that he's been able to build up. It's 35.956, his fastest lap. Taylor Bellini, fastest lap for himself, with a 36.206 send from the 90 on to the kart in front of him. That was, I believe, Jason Newman getting past Dan Wright and into 16th place, which is a very good move to make. And, well, very comfortable indeed. Or at least he made it look, as Bellini with the fastest lap of this race. All of the top 3 within the 0.7s. And Bowyer, Bellini and Galloway ready to duke it out, with Harry Taylor not too far off them. Jake Bradfield not too far off them. Hugo Pereira, guess what? Not too far off them either. The 543 and the 183 ready to fight as well. Wayne Smith is basically on the rear of Drew Lammers. I don't know if there was any contact between the two as they headed out of turn number 4, but either way, they headed out of it locked in battle with eyes firmly on each other. As the 4th lap gets underway, fastest lap once again for Taylor Bellini, who gets closer to Bill Bowyer. Quicker at the start of the race was the 14, but since then Taylor Bellini over the last couple of laps has been able to close that gap in and set the 42 with a 35.473 on the previous laps. I'm hoping to get past the leader, Jimmy Galloway, as well with the 35.5. In fact, Harry Taylor, who's also quicker than Bowyer, but what matters is the track position, and what matters, the track position is in the favour of Bowyer at the moment, with 3 minutes gone, 4 minutes left. Fastest lap once again for Bellini. The top even more. Jake Bradfield faster than Bill Bowyer this time around. So you've got 4 cars faster than our race leader. But again, Bowyer has the track position. He doesn't need to have that out-and-out pace. He can just hold on to that race lead. And he's doing a very good job of doing just that at the moment, feeling no pressure as there's a move between the 72 and the 18 with Ryan Sands making his way through on Chris Emerson. A huge lunge into turn 4 that ended up paying off, and the position was made up from 23rd up to 22nd for Sands, who makes his way past Chris Emerson now. Having a look at the standings in the 177 Rotax, it is looking very good for Ryan Sands, who, of course, as I say, leads it. But the way that today has gone, completely suboptimal. He'll be hoping for better next time out. But Bill Bowyer looking to challenge for the championship lead. And, well, he's in the perfect position to do so in this one. Also in the perfect position to maybe become the first non-double victor of the day. He'd be snatching the win off Taylor Bellini, who won in race 1 and is looking to get closer in race 2. Fastest lap of the race goes to Jack Taylor further down the order, as now there's a mistake from Bill Bowyer, or in fact a mistake from Taylor Bellini, who made his way through on Bill Bowyer and then had to drop down 2 positions as Jimmy Galloway makes his way through as well. Maybe even Harry Taylor can pounce on the misery, but Bellini really wanting to take that 2 and 2. The 2 wins in 2 races, and he's got 2 minutes in order to do so, which is still a pretty decent chunk of time, all things considered, in this race, considering they are short, sharp 7-minute races. But the 14 has that gap at the top of the field that he would have been wanting. 7 tenths of a second at the moment as the 42 opens the door. 32 doesn't quite see him, and there's a big shunt between the 2. Bellini went for the inside line. Galloway was blindsided, and Galloway now is out of the race. Huge crying shame for Jimmy Galloway, who was doing so very well in this race, was doing so very well across the course of this weekend, looking like a double podium for himself, but now finds himself out, and with a car that needs to be fixed between now and the finale, the final of this session, and the final of the day, as now it is going to be the inside line for one of the karts further back. More contact, as that's the 66 having a moment with, I'm not sure who that was, maybe it was the 90, contact between the 2, and well, contact warning for the number 8, so potentially it was Jack Taylor and Declan Ausher who came together, because in fact there is no 66, there is only a 166, so it must have been those 2 who came to blows. Massive crying shame for them as well, as well, that's 2 pieces of contact within the space of 2 laps, and suddenly the drivers are going to have to take a different approach. Otherwise there will be more and more contact, there will be more and more incidents, and they have to kind of calm it down just a little bit, because everybody will be heightened by those 2 moments. They'll have seen mistakes happen and they'll have gone, it would never be me. Then makes a huge dent, then it becomes them. So they're going to have to try and avoid that as much as they possibly can. 21 seconds left in this race. So we're going to be getting, I'd imagine, 2 more laps of racing, depending on when Bill Bowyer comes to the line. And Bill, 1.4 ahead of Harry Taylor. And Jake Bradfield holding that 3rd place so far. Taylor Bellini, it has not been the race of his dreams by any stretch of the imagination in the 42. He is going to drop down the order as Jason Newman under investigation. So I'd imagine he was the one, in fact, that made the contact with the 166 and made himself drop down to what is 16th place, made the 166 drop down to 25th, and only ahead of Militello. But the last lap is underway, and Bowyer has just been able to remain incident-free. That's been the name of the game here today. The 14 leading the 00, leading the 15 onto the last few corners of this racetrack. In the meantime, a swap, Taylor Bellini losing another position to the 161, who might make another one up here. Mark Jackson even with a late-on charge on Hugo Pereira, but can't quite do so, has to brake early. And Bill Bowyer will take the victory in the 177 Rotax Heat 2. Harry Taylor will come home in 2nd, and Jake Bradfield in 3rd. Hugo Pereira holds on to 4th in the end. Taylor Bellini re-picks up 5th after Jackson attacked Pereira at the end. Jackson comes home in 6th. Then Bart, Smithers, Tolley and Taylor round out the top 10. That'll be Jack Taylor in 10th, Harry Taylor in 2nd, Drew Lemass in 11th with Cal Miller in 12th, Dave Toklove in 13th, then Newman, Sands, Benton, Khan, Darnborough, Smith, Ash, Brancato, Elsher and Taylor, before Wright, Emerson, Militello and Galloway round out our order. And that's the end of our second heat's victory, going the way of Bilboia. And he'll be happy with the way that that race went. Taylor Bellini less so, but that's because he would have had the high expectations of taking that victory. So the final could be absolute cinema, folks, in the 177s. I'd expect it to be in the seniors as well as the juniors, based on the way that that race went as well, with Ray, Gregorian, Jones, everybody all very close together. In fact, the Micromaxes as well, with the way that Vieira was disqualified by the end of it with non-compliance, is the reasoning for it. So, just that is a little update on the Micromaxes with him disqualified, and he'll hope to come back in the next race with no such problems for himself. But that concludes the heats. The finals ready to get underway. Our final 7 races of the day will kick off with the Come Bambinos very shortly. The Come Bambino final is upon us, and well, if we were to have a look at the results from race 1 and 2, we would see a very similar story. Aurelio Capolonga leading Harry Green to the line for the lead and the win, and then River de Giorgio Miller coming home in 3rd, and Jax Wilmington, who did fight with Giorgio Miller in race 2, but was nowhere in round 1. He was in 4th. He wants that podium, and he's going to try and get that podium a minute more in the finals than they usually get. It'll be 8 minutes, and it'll be a standing start for the karts. This is the way that their season has started. They're going to hope to round off today very, very well. They will sit at the line as the lights get ready to go on, and then, well, after that, they'll be off. The lights are on, the drivers are ready, and the action gets underway. Now Aurelio Capolonga tries to get off to a good start alongside Harry Green, and they'll head down towards that first corner. Who's going to come out of it in the lead of it? It will be, well, you'd never have guessed it, Aurelio Capolonga, who got off to a very, very good start indeed. Harry Green chasing in behind, following through, but a big spin for two of them in one corner. Harry Green and Jax Warmington, a big shame for both of them. And I think potentially green spin distracted Jax on the apex just a little bit, and they both went round. So it's a Capolonga, and now it's no longer green in P2. River de Giorgio Miller holds position, and he's going to try to hold on to it, but he knows that he's got a hard-charging Harry Green in behind. And don't forget about Jax Warmington as well, who's going to try and do something in this race and maybe make his way onto the podium. We exit the first lap with Capolonga leading the way. And Green now, what is the gap between himself and Giorgio Miller? It is going to be 1.2 seconds as, well, he's managed to recover himself very well, in fairness to him. And I'm sure there will be a move at some point soon, or at least an attempt of a move. But this is River de Giorgio Miller's best opportunity at P2 that he's had, because the other two have streaked away in race 1 and race 2. But in the final, it's now the opportunity for River de Giorgio Miller to get a decent haul of points on the board. But you can see how much quicker Harry Green has been at most of the corners than him. The gap between them as they crossed the line was 1.2. I'd expect it to be about 7/10 of a second, maybe even less, when Harry Green comes up to the line. And then we can get a good idea of where they both are in terms of pace-wise. Out on the exit of the final corner, there was an opportunity for Harry Green as River went a little bit wider than Green did, but no doing just yet. But the gap between them, 0.150. River needs to hold on for his life if he wants to pick up this second place. He's got 6 minutes to defend, and Harry Green needs to make his first overtake of the day since the very early morning, where he made that move, of course, on Aurelio Capolonga in the first corner on the first lap. But of course, it was snatched back off of him by Aurelio on the next lap, and since then he's not made a single overtake. He's just followed in the slipstream of the other karts, and now is his best chance more than ever to really try to seal that second place and practice his overtakes, really, because that's all that we are trying to do here. They're trying to learn the trade so that they can continue later on in the season, later on in their careers, really, and be at an improved point in it. Is he going to be able to make his way through to the first corner? The answer is no, because River took a much wider line in, which meant that he took a much wider line out, yes, but also that he was slightly quicker at that point. The 28 just ahead, keeping an eye on the 55 right behind. Is there going to be a move into turn 5? No, but the 55 slingshotting himself out of the corner is going to get the momentum, but will run out of road to catch up down towards the end of that straight. Is he able to find a chance through towards the final corner? I'd suspect the answer is going to be no, because River's holding on to this one pretty well at the moment. And no, River actually runs a little bit wide. So I think, scared by the presence of Harry Green, he's cracked, and through goes the 55. That's unfortunate for the 28, but he was under so much pressure that it's almost unsurprising that there was a point at which he cracked, because he knows that Harry Green is very, very quick. And now this is a great learning opportunity. He's learning how to defend, and now he's learning what sort of lines he should be taking, just copying Harry Green along, and isn't ultimately that much slower than him. We'll see what the 55 is like in clean air, but ultimately not too much slower than him with 4 minutes left on the clock in this race. Capolonga has streaked away. The gap between himself and Harry Green in second place, 6.3 seconds. And, well, imagine what a race we could have had if Green and Warmington weren't unlucky on the first lap to find themselves facing backwards at number 4 because of the pace that they have, as River de Giorgio Miller now 1.2 behind Harry Green. But I'm just very, very looking forward to the remainder of this season, because Capolonga and Green have showed that throughout the course of the 3 races we've had, they've had very, very similar pace. River de Giorgio Miller and Jax Warmington have showed that they've got very, very similar pace, and that's demonstrated by the last laps. Capolonga 50.4, Harry Green 50.2. DiGiorgio Miller, 51.4. Jax Wilmington, 51.4. So very similar pace, very exciting times for the Cummer Bambinos as, they come to the end of what will be their first round of racing. It's the round 3 for everybody else, but the Cummer Bambinos now kicking off their season, and we'll see how they end up doing later on into the campaign. But 2 minutes 42 left on the clock, and we shall see where they end up on the standings, because of course at the end of the race we'll be able to see exactly where they end up in the standings. But we take a look at the Bambinos from last year. Aurelio did come in and he did one round number 6 of last season, and there was a few recognisable names on this field. AJ Halil, anybody know who he is? Tommy Lovejoy, the same. Ezra Robinson Matthews, drivers that made their step. Cooper Galloway for another one. Drivers who've made their step up to the next level of the racing. And so we could be seeing these Bambinos very soon, before we even know it, in the higher classes. Of course, they start off in Bambinos, and they just get gradually faster and faster and scarier as both drivers and as racing prospects as well in those karts that get scarier and scarier as they get bigger and bigger. And you never know. You never quite know where these Bambinos could end up. Because of course they're starting off very early indeed, 6 to 8 years old for these karters. And so for them, I'll tell you something, it's 3 years, the oldest part of that age group, 8+, 3 years before I even stepped foot in a kart. And so impressive that they're even able to wrangle it at this age. I think at this age I was still staging fake interviews with Lewis Hamilton and things like that. And I'm sure that they're doing the same thing, but they are demonstrating that they could be the next one on track as well. So they are driving very, very well indeed. Aurelio Capolonga has, I believe, what will be 2 more laps to go before he will come home and take the 3-peat. Will take the maximum points away from this race session here today. He won race 1 under a lot of pressure from Harry Green. He won race 2, guess what? Under a lot of pressure from Harry Green. And race 3, no pressure from Harry Green has come, but he's shown that he can win in a different environment where he has to be disciplined. He has to show to himself what the pace should be like, rather than somebody else keeping him honest. And that can be sometimes quite difficult for a driver, especially an inexperienced driver. But the more they race, the more experience they build up, and the more scenarios they're faced with, the more they have to deal with. And for Aurelio Capolonga, this is a learning experience as he's led and might be coming home to take the victory. And, most likely will be, unless there's any mistakes on the final lap. And, this has been a big, big learning experience indeed. After the Cummer Bambino final, which will be the end of the Bambino action here today, we will be seeing the GX200s taking to the track for the final time this month on the 19th of April, of course. And then we'll be back for the Rye House Kart Club next month. But for Aurelio Capolonga, that will be not in his mind in any way, shape or form at the moment, because all he can think about is that 3-peat and that win. And it will be a very thoroughly deserved 3-peat and win for the number 16. Just a couple more corners to go for him, and then he'll come to the line victorious. And here is the final one. Leading from start to finish this time, Aurelio Capolonga takes the victory here in the Cummer Bambino final, and makes it a 3-peat for the season, or for the first race of the season. Second place is going to go to Harry Greensway, and River DiGiorgio Miller will round out that podium with Jax Wilmington, who was closing on River, but didn't quite have the overspeed, unfortunately, because of that spin that he had earlier on. He's going to come home in 4th. And so that will be it for the Cummer Bambino racing here today. And before very long, I can already hear the engines of the Honda GX200s being fired up. We'll be watching that very, very shortly indeed. But I believe the standings might already be in for the Alpha time, but of course don't necessarily trust those because Aurelio doesn't exist. It says Harry Green leads, Rivers in second, Jax Wilmington in third. So hopefully there will be some clarification on that. But a very good race indeed from Aurelio Capolonga. Harry Green, good recovery. Jax Wilmington, good recovery as well. River de Giorgio Miller coming home in third place. Consistency, as Capolonga and de Giorgio Miller will find out, is key. And here are the GX200s ready for the GX200 Cadet Final, where they're all going to try and take the win off of Harry Grant, who's got 2 out of 2 so far here today. They're going to roll up to the grid and, of course, have a standing start before they get going for the 8 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Engines are on, the drivers are ready, and the action gets underway now as they head down towards the first corner. It'll be Harry Grant and Kian Kimber trying to lead away from the very front of the field, and it will be Harry Grant who continues to lead through the first couple of corners on the racetrack, and it's Freddie Williams instead who comes through in second place. Kian Kimber dropping a couple of positions, 1-2 Williams, 1-2 Ryan in behind, and they continue to fight away as well. It will be the leader Harry Grant, the second place Freddie Williams, and the third place will go the way of Callum Ryan, I believe, on this first lap. So a good move made up, although in fact I think where is Kian Kimber? Has he dropped all the way down to 5th place? I think he may well have, so that's very unlucky for Kimber. Indeed he has. And Brandon Lackshow has inherited that 4th place. So a good move for Williams to gain 1 place off of the start. Callum Ryan, though, gaining 2 and now trying to defend from Brandon Lackshow, who wants that 3rd place. Kimber dropping another position to, I believe that's David Coaca. And, well, they will keep fighting on through. They'll keep having a go at each other, I think, as Kimber hopes to build his way back up. 2 contact warnings already, 1 for Dominic Ushak, 1 for Coaca, as we head through to the end of the second lap. Callum Ryan did set the fastest on the first. The second one, though, is going to go the way of Harry Grant. Indeed it is, as he has built up an incredible gap over Freddie Williams. 0.8 of a second between first and second, and he's going to hope to maximise that as there's a fight between Lackshow and Callum Ryan on. Lackshow looking for the outside line but couldn't quite open up the door. Ted Fry in the meantime waiting for a move bumper to bumper with the kart in front, trying to go for a late send into turn number 5. Space given by Lackshow, but in the end Fry didn't have the overspeed to make his way through. Sits in behind. 5th place is where he continues, and there is a contact warning. I think that would have been when they were bumper to bumper, as Ted Fry picks that one up. He's picked up 1 position since the race start, finds himself in 5th place, but that's 3 contact warnings in the first few laps, not just for him but for 3 different drivers. Jaden Bond has made his way through on Chase Wilmington in the meantime for 8th spot, and Harry Grant has managed to open up that gap at the top to over a second. 1.162 for Harry Grant over Freddie Williams. In third place is hotly contested Laksho. Tried to look for the move on Ryan on the exit. Ted Fry making the up and under work, and he's going to get through on Laksho. What a move this could be if he pulls it off. The inside line, though, isn't quite where you'd want to be through that corner, and he has had to see the position once again to Brandon Laksho. We're going to get a three-peat of fastest lap for Harry Grant as he heads up to the line one more time. No, we're not, but we are going to be seeing another 40 lap time, and he's the only driver to be able to make it into the 40 lap times here today so far in this race. Of course, we had multiple making it last time. If you count Jaden Bond, who got a 41.0, there were 7 who did it in race number 2. The 17 on the outside of the 61 trying to pounce upon the misery. Callum Ryan started to pile, and Callum up to second place. Very strong move, bit of contact right at the back of that little group of drivers. Is that Kian Kimber and Kawaka racing again and finding contact once again. I'm not sure, but what I do know is Brandon Laksho has been given a contact warning. It's getting feisty in the mid-pack, the upper mid-pack at the moment between all of those second down to 11th are within a second of each other, but let's say second down to 7th for argument's sake, because of where they end up being. Kian Kimber just a 10th behind David Kawaka, who is 2 tenths behind Laksho, who's 2 tenths behind Fry, who's 2 tenths behind Williams, who's a 10th behind Ryan. That's how incredibly close it is, and that's how incredibly close I think they're going to continue to be heading on to what will be lap number 6 of this race. Harry Grant, fastest lap of it so far with a 40.645. Callum Ryan, second place, 41.141. Freddie Williams, third place with a 41.070, and then Ted Fry and Brandon Laksho dipping in to the 40s. And we'll be trying to make those moves further up. Freddie Williams under pressure. Ted Fry has made his way through in the meantime on Callum Ryan. They both have, in fact, so Callum dropping 2 positions, and both of those making their way up. And they will give it a go to keep that fight very much on for the moment and for the time being. But they'll head on to the next lap. Kimber, a bit of contact on the back of Kawaka, but contact warnings for Laksho and for Williams on that previous time around. I believe it's the second warning for Brandon Laksho in this race so far, and he'll hope to keep on the steward's side as they head on late into this race. Callum Ryan looked to the inside of Ted Fry. Ted decided to go for the move, and Callum didn't really commit enough to make an actual overtake, but on the exit he was able to try and set himself up, so it was a good move in the end, but couldn't quite do so. Couldn't quite get the overspeed. Kian Kimber in the meantime racing with, I believe that to be Jaden Bond for 7th place. Jaden Bond in the end holding station, holding position, but contact between himself and Kimber almost sends him off of the road at the final one, and a bit of a hand gesture from Jaden Bond to Kian Kimber as Kimber makes his way through down the main straight with that overspeed, of course, because Jaden Bond did have that little bit of a bump out of the final corner. Now the 96 of Chase Wilmington is ready to fight with these two, and Dominic Ushak as well waiting in the wings. Is there an inside line beckon for Chase Wilmington? No, but is there one further up the order? Not quite yet. Kian Kimber with a contact warning, I'd imagine, for that final corner incident that in the end everybody came out fine with, just Jaden Bond losing a position and then losing a bit of time, and I'd imagine they're going to lose even more time to David Kawaka in the meantime. Ted Fry, bit of a wobble out of the exit of the final corner, and as they head down towards the first, he will be under pressure from Callum Ryan, who will be under pressure himself by Brandon Laksho. They could potentially go as close as 3 wide into the first corner, but they don't do so. Ted Fry under pressure by the 17, and maybe in the meantime Callum Ryan sneaking up on the both of them, and there's contact. Fry off the road, as is Laksho, and that will be a move made by Callum Ryan, but 2 karts off of the road at turn number 4. Neither will be particularly happy about it, and neither, I don't think, will be able to get going. Actually, in fact, Ted Fry is able to get going again. Brandon Laksho's going to try, and in fact, they've both been able to get going again just ahead of Max Archer, so 10th and 11th for both of them. Fair play to keep it going, because sometimes you can have a problem with the engine when the car stops off of the road, and well, we will see how they end up in the latter stages of this race. The 96 trying to defend from the 72. Is that going to be the move on? It's going to try. He's going to try and make it. Is Dominic Usak on Chase Wilmington. The inside switches to the outside, but I think Warmington has just bullied Ushak wide enough to hold on to the position. 38 seconds left in this one. It's absolutely flown by once again. I know I've said that about 7 or 8 times throughout the course of today, but there has been some very, very good racing indeed. And here's another one, Kean Kimber trying to go for a move for 4th place down towards the first corner. They were split as they crossed the timing board by 0.016 of a second, and Kean Kimber will be on the inside line of the first corner, and he has been able to make his way through around the outside of 2. So the number 20 recovering a couple of positions because, of course, the way that his race has gone, it's been very, very topsy-turvy. It started right at the very front of the field, of course, dropped down to 7th and 8th is where he bottomed out. But as Harry Grant will come to the line, he will start the final lap of proceedings. And of course, he's around the final corner now. 4.1 seconds ahead of Freddie Williams, an incredible gap that he's held, even though Freddie Williams is setting personal best now and is increasing the gap to Callum Ryan. Harry Grant is very much holding the pace of the field in the meantime. Kimber has made his way through on David Kiwaka, as I said, and that's 4th and 5th swapping around. And Jaden Bond 1.2 off of the back of those two at the moment. That's more of a fight between himself, Warmington, and Ushak for 6th, 7th and 8th, with Oscar Baker off the back of those 3. But Harry Grant in the final part of this track, and well, he has almost been the most dominant driver of all of the drivers in all of the classes. I'd imagine he's got a good argument for being just that. And he'll come around the final corner to finish off his day with yet another victory in the G6 200s, the GX 200s even. Victory for the 45. Freddie Williams comes home 2nd, Callum Ryan 3rd. Kean Kimber was alongside him as they crossed the line and sets the fastest lap of the race. Kiwaka, who comes home in 5th, Bond, Warmington, Ushak, Baker, and then Ted Fry will round out the top 10, with Laksho and Archer rounding out the finishers. After a couple of moments, and keep your eyes out on the Alpha Live results page, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't imagine that's all said and done. And that's the GX 200s finished for today. The Micromaxes up next as we reach the final stretch, the final 5. Nine karts make their way out for this Micromax race, the final Micromax race of the day. And we do have, of course, the order based on race number 2. And that means that we've got one of the quickest drivers in the field, Cal Vieira, at the very back. So it'll be fascinating to see how he fights his way through as everybody else promoted up the order. But of course, he was disqualified from that session. And so he'll be starting at the very back of this field. We'll be seeing, though, them get underway as the lights go out and Hugo Senna leads us into the first corner with Leo Hunt alongside. AJ Hillel will be alongside Ezra Robinson-Matthews into the first corner as well. And it will be Hugo Senna who ekes out that lead at the moment. AJ Hillel, in fact, has managed to make his way through into second as Leo Hunt drops all the way down to 4th, and a big lunge from himself. Can he hold on to the position just about from Tommy Lovejoy, and Ezra Robinson-Matthews involved as well? He holds on onto the position ahead of Tommy Lovejoy as well. So a couple of places gained and a couple of places dropped for the 77 to show that nothing has really happened. But AJ Hillel, very, very good start for him indeed. Not so good for Leo Hunt. He'll be hoping to rebuild his race from the front and from the ground up as, well, Leo Hunt down into third place. So not too terrible in terms of a race start. Vieira in 7th place at the moment, to gaining 2 off of that race start, or 1 in fact, because Cooper Galloway did start behind him because he didn't even start the last race, while Cal Vieira did start and finish it, but of course he was disqualified from it. Big spin for the 91 for Ezra Robinson Matthews, and he's managed to avoid everybody. I say big spin because he was spinning basically into the direction, into the path of the other karts, but managed to keep it out of the way and, well, managed to get himself going again. So another mistake for Ezra, and very, very unfortunate indeed for somebody who's shown very good pace so far. Hugo Senna with the fastest lap of the race with a 40.104. AJ Hillel being put under pressure even by Leo Hunt, who's going to look for the move. Is it going to be the inside line? Not quite, but can he get it on the exit? In fact, yes, he can. He's going to pull alongside. He's got about half a kart alongside the 66, and in the end, does Hunt have to back out, and AJ Hillel holds station, holds firm and holds position. With 6 minutes left in the session, there's still a lot of time to fight. That extra minute can do so very much for their benefit. And Hugo Senna, 39.555, is going to extend his gap at the top now that he hasn't got Cal Vieira to fight. Leo Hunt to the inside line, massively far to the inside line, which is going to squeeze his steering angle so much. But it means that he's passed AJ Hillel and up into second place regardless, because he was brutish on the exit, basically forced the 44 to move out of the way. And Cal Vieira continuing his charge up the order. Tommy Lovejoy, his next target, and Tommy Lovejoy almost very, very cleanly dispatched of indeed, but in the end just backed out very last minute. Will want to go once again. Will Vieira on the back of Lovejoy, as there's a contact warning for him, and there was a contact warning on the first lap for AJ Hillel. So the 88 with a 2.1 second gap at the very top of the order, and Vieira looking for every semblance of an opportunity to make his way through on Tommy Lovejoy. Will it be to the inside of turn number 4? You'd imagine he's going to try and open up the corner, but no, can't quite do so on the exit of it. And Vieira remains in 5th place. Tommy Lovejoy remains in 4th, 2/10 off the back of AJ Hillel on that podium, and that would be a very, very good result indeed for the 44. He'd be very happy with that one, I would imagine, as well, he's been in and around the podium all race long and all day long really, but he hasn't been able to pick it up. He's got a 5th and a 4th, and now currently sits in 3rd place, so that would be an improvement for him, as well, he's got to hope that Tommy Lovejoy wards off Cal Vieira for as long as he possibly can. Is it going to be into turn 5 where he does make the move? And I mentioned it last lap, but this lap he does attempt it. This time didn't quite pay off. So maybe third time lucky. Maybe he will really send it into that corner, but he has to set himself up on the exit of the one of them first. He has to set himself up in a good position to make his way through. As Leo Hunt, 39s consistently now is what he's setting, 6/10 ahead of AJ Hillel. I think that's an insurmountable gap unless there's a loss of pace from the kart in front. Of course, it doesn't look like all too much, but the gap between Lovejoy and Vieira doesn't look like all too much either, and it's getting ever more minimal. He went to the inside line of turn 4, now he's going to the outside of turn 5. It's an unorthodox move if he's able to pull it off, but he remains on the outside. That will benefit him into turn number 6 and 7, because that does mean that he's on the ideal line, and through he goes. Cal Vieira, contact warning, but he threw on Tommy Lovejoy. And that's exactly the move he would have been hoping for, because I mean, when you go to the outside of turn 5, yes, it's a risk because you don't get the move instantly, but 6 and 7 is such a tight little squeeze, and it's almost always the kart on the outside of 6 and the inside of 7 that feels the need to back out. So when you position yourself on the inside of 6 and the outside of 7, you can really allow yourself to take control of the situation, and that's exactly what Cal Vieira did. So it was third time lucky, even if it was in a slightly more unorthodox way. Ezra Robinson-Matthews, in the meantime, made his way past Lucas Otley-Thistlethwaite for 7th and 8th place. The battle of the double barrel continues, and that will be 7th and 8th swapped over. Hugo Senna, fastest lap of the race with a 39.537. Leo Hunt with a personal best of his own as he tries to extend the gap on AJ Halil in behind. I think now the fight will be for that 3rd place between the 44 and the 118. They've got 2 minutes 20 plus 1 lap to decide who will come out on top in that one, and the 44 just trying to ward off Cal Vieira at the moment, but they are bumper to bumper, front to rear for Vieira at the front and for Halil at the rear, and this is going to be a very, very tight squeeze between the two. Desperation, I'd imagine, for Halil to hold on to this podium, because 4th is maybe the most annoying position to finish in racing, especially when you come so close to holding onto that podium. If only Tommy Lovejoy had warded him off for 1 more lap, then he wouldn't have been able to make his way through. A hand thrown up for AJ Halil, so something's happened in the first couple of corners, and he's going to run wide out of turn number 4. The 118 still looking to pressure Vieira, looking around the outside line, switching to the inside, trying to do a switchback, but the 44 spotted it. AJ Halil, very good driving, very, very good defensively to be able to hold on to that position, and will continue to desperately fight away for that 3rd spot. I believe there'll be 3 more laps of racing in order to decide this race. Hugo Senna remaining massively consistent at the very top of the field. AJ Halil remaining massively consistent in trying to defend for his life ahead of Cal Vieira, whose pace in itself has been massively consistent. Tommy Lovejoy remaining in the background, and hopefully for AJ Halil's sake, he'll be able to hold up the 118 enough, but not quite. Running wide out of turn number 4. The inside line will beckon for the 44, who will desperately try to be later on the brakes, and he is. He holds on to the position ahead of the 118. Cal Vieira just cannot find a way through on Tommy Lovejoy at the moment, or even on AJ Halil. Tommy Lovejoy waiting in the background, looming. Cooper Galloway and Ezra Robinson-Matthews in a fight all of their own just behind 4th, 6th and 7th. And in the end, it will be Cooper Galloway who leads that one onto what will be the penultimate lap. Hugo Senna leads us on to what will be the final lap. And AJ Halil has been displaced by Cal Vieira and maybe even Tommy Lovejoy, who tries to make his way through into 4. Can't quite do so. I'd imagine AJ still feels as though there might be a podium on for himself on the back of the 118, but I think Cal is just that little bit too quick. And I think it's going to be an insurmountable gap, unfortunately, so for the man who fought so very hard to hold on to that position. And we will now head onto the penultimate lap. Hugo Senna crosses the line with 2 to go. So we will have 2 laps to go, because Hugo Senna crossed the line with 2 seconds to go to decide this race victory. Hugo Senna with a 39.491 at the very top of the order. That's exactly what he would have been hoping for, as another fast lap pumped in. Personal best for Leo Hunt as well in that 2nd place. He's built up that gap to Vieira, Halil and Lovejoy in behind. Then Cooper Galloway 4 seconds off the back, with Ezra Robinson-Matthews looking to pressure on him. And they will head through to... Then after the penultimate will come the final, of course, lap. And the 28, just running on his own, Ralph Dempsey, will be not lapped, but will be the final finisher of the day, because Hugo Senna throws that kart through all of the corners. And, well, I mean, I said last time out, with the last race that came up, that there was a potential to say that Harry Grant was the most dominant driver here today. He's got huge pressure for that title from Hugo Senna, who's been incredibly quick at the top of the Micromaxes as well. He's faced a lot of pressure from a lot of drivers, Cal Vieira one of them, but as soon as Cal Vieira got disqualified from the last race, I think Hugo Senna would have been feeling as though he had to get 3 and 3, and he has got 3 and 3. Hugo Senna wins the Micromax Cadet Final, and Leo Hunt will come home in 2nd place, just ahead of Cal Vieira, who was able to close the gap in the end. AJ Halil in 3rd, and in 4th even, and Tommy Lovejoy in 5th, Ezra Robinson-Matthews in 6th, and Cooper Galloway, Lucas Otley-Thistlethwaite, and Ralph Dempsey rounding out the field. But Senna, 3 and 3 in the Micromaxes, and as I say, very much potentially the most dominant driver of the weekend so far. There's been a few contenders, but with that win, 5.4 seconds ahead of everybody else, that's a statement. The Interrotax 950 will be seeing their final race in this session today. And, well, it has the potential to add another one to the list of dominant drivers, Santiago Simeone. But the difference between Santiago Simeone and the other two is he's had a consistent contender, TJ McLeish, who is ready to fight with him at the very top of the field. The gap between them in Heat 1 was 0.231. The gap between them in Heat 2, 1.154. And as we get going again for race number 3, he's going to hope to be able to take it past Santiago Simeone. And we're going to get that full start. We're going to go once again at the very top of this field. These karts will be going once again. And I was going to say at the very top of this field, TJ McLeish had made his way through on Simeone. Side of things to come, we'll find out. Good practice start, though, from the 74. And, well, Santiago Simeone will be slightly unnerved by that one, as they're going to come around the final corner to go once again. TJ McLeish and Santiago Simeone ready to fight for the race lead, and they'll have Polishkov and Outram right behind them ready to fight as well. And, in fact, it will be the lead for the 27. Santiago Simeone leads, and it'll be side by side between Outram and McLeish for second place. McLeish holds on, taking a huge chunk of curbing on his way to do so. The 52 late lunge somehow managing to avoid spinning around the 74. But at the moment, Santiago Simeone, this is the perfect start for the 27, as he's able to hold the lead of this race. And McLeish will be in that second spot. Hello. You alright? Yeah. I would say no, okay, but I'm sure one of the organisers can tell you something different, can tell you if you were, but I'd say no, okay? Well, it's only because I don't know. That's why, because I'm sure you'd be able to, but I don't know. So I'm just gonna say no, okay? Simeone at the moment leading with that big gap, and also with that big pace gap, 38.171 on the last lap, 37.747 on the next one, and he's managed to beat out TJ McLeish it was a second the difference between them on the first lap, and it's 0.5 this second lap, and so we will see where he's able to find that time to try and catch back up, because of course they were very similar paced earlier on, but now that TJ McLeish has tried to close in, there might be the opportunity for the 74 to catch right up to the 27 and make his way through into that race lead. But 1.4 seconds between the two, I'd find it unlikely, in fact, that the 74 will be able to make his way through into the lead of the race, especially with that pace over the last lap. The difference between Santiago Simeone and TJ McLeish, pretty much bang on a second, with Harrison Outram in that third place in behind. Pretty much bang on the same pace as McLeish, so it might be a fight between the 52 and the 74 once again. Philip Polishkov in fourth place, ready to go fighting with those two right ahead of him if he is able to take the opportunity. Lewis Jackson ready to do the same with Oliver Stonebrook, was alongside him as they headed into the first corner, but just ended up having to back out, didn't quite have the overspeed to be able to make his way through. And well, we shall see for the rest of this race who is going to be able to come out on top in all of these little battles that keep developing. Stonebrook and Jackson side by side once again into the first corner, the 115 and the 44, and it's in this time the 115 continues to hold on ahead of Jackson at the moment, and well, they will remain ready to keep locking themselves in battle for the 44 and the 115. Oliver Stonebrook just ahead of Jackson, and they'll try to go at it for the rest of the race. Now that there's a gap of 1.9 seconds, almost 2 seconds between fifth and Polishkov in fourth place. And well, Lewis Jackson ready to go side by side. I think they may have even been 3 wide into the first corner with Mohammed Umar Abdeen ready to go through on them as well. It's the 115 to the 44 to the 145. So they remain in formation for the time being with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Theodore Nurse-Moore in 8th place. And, well, he's just waiting in the background of this fight where he finds himself in 4th. So we will await to see the result of that one. 4 minutes 20 left in this race session. And Santiago Simeone currently leading the way by 2 seconds. He's consistently kept it within the 37s. TJ McLeish, Harrison Outram consistently keeping it in the 38.0s or the 38.1s. Filip Polishkov doing the same thing as well. And, well, we will see who comes out on top in that little group of karts. So it's Santiago Simeone who leads the way, then McLeish, Outram and Polishkov who have themselves in their own fight, then Stonebrook, Jackson, Abdeen and Nurse-Moore in their own fights as well. So everybody very well locked in battle, and in fact there is a battle at the top as Stonebrook and Jackson going at it hammer and tongs, and we will see where they end up towards the end of this race. We keep saying that between these two. And as they cross the line, it will be Stonebrook who continues to hold the position ahead of Jackson. But it's very much rinse and repeat between the 115 and the 44. But the 44 this time has actually made his way through in the first corner. Is there a late lunge from the 115 on? He's going to go for it anyway, and he will find himself alongside. Is he going to be around the outside of turn number 5? No, but he will be on the inside. Oliver Stonebrook holds station in 5th place. And Lewis Jackson dropping down once again. He thought he'd made that move. Stonebrook caught him unawares. And in the end, it was Stonebrook who holds on to the position once again. And they'll cross the line once again, side by side, once again. And it's really, really good racing between those two at the moment, as the 115 at the moment holds on to position. The 44 going off onto the grass. And that is going to cost him that fight. I think he just went onto the runoff area, and then it went from the runoff area to the grass, and there was a huge bump which unsettled the kart, and Lewis Jackson round and down the order, not fighting with Oliver Stonebrook anymore. He went 4 laps in a row going side by side, no more, as Santiago Simeone, fastest lap of the race at the very top of the field, the 37.680, and he's going to be 6/10 quicker than TJ McLeish on the previous lap time. And well, 52 of Harrison Outram was ready to go racing with TJ McLeish in that first corner. Santiago Simeone has continued that pace at the very top of the field, and while I said he was going to need to have a dominant performance to see himself on the levels of Senna and well, Capolonga as well, you could bring him into it, but Harry Grant being the other one. But Simeone ready to join those ranks up the very top of this one. 4 seconds ahead of Harrison Outram in 2nd place and Filip Polishkov in 4th. Oh, Outram in 2nd place in the fight even. And he's been looking very interested at the back of the 74 for the last few laps. Is there an opportunity for him to make the move? I wouldn't say so quite yet. I'd say that he's still having to wait in behind. Still hasn't had the opportunity to get the overspeed to make his way through. But, of course, 1 minute and 9 seconds left. He only needs to make the move once, and I think the patience might well pay off for him. You need to be patient racing out there. And, well, for example, if he was to make his way through and then on the next lap have him re-overtaken, then it would have been ultimately pointless. But if he can snatch that position on the final lap, which we are going to get onto, I think we've got 2 laps left of racing, then we shall see. As well, he doesn't want to have anything like what happened to Stonebrook and Jackson earlier on, where Jackson just went for the move, then Stonebrook snatched it right back. Jackson got a little bit too aggressive potentially on the fight back, or a little bit too desperate to regain that position, and went against all the good work that he'd done so far and went for something slightly different, which in the end didn't end up paying off for him. But we've got 17 seconds. Santiago Simeone is in the middle of the lap, so that means we're going to have 1 more lap of racing at the end of this one, and the 27 is going to come home to take the victory. TJ McLeish in 2nd place, and Harrison Outram going to try and fight for that 2nd place, but has not been able to get the overspeed just yet. He was alongside down the main straight, so he really gave it a go, but in the end did not take that chance to make that position up. Santiago Simeone will start us on to the final lap, and TJ McLeish gets a supreme exit out of the final corner. That potentially means that Harrison Outram not quite able to get close enough to make a move. Filip Polishkov the same for third and fourth place. And, well, the 74 looks like he might well hold on to P2. It'll be a triple threat of P2s for TJ McLeish. But this one in very different stead than the others. But he can be promised by the pace throughout the course of this race. He can be very, very promised by the pace indeed. And he'll hope that the next round will bring a victory for him. But for Santiago Simeone, he takes the triple threat in the Inter-Rotax 950 final. TJ McLeish will come home in second place with Harrison Outram in third, and Filip Polishkov following through very closely in fourth place. 6.7 seconds the gap between themselves and Oliver Stonebrook in fifth. Mohammed Umar Abdeen and Theodore Nurse-Moore following very close behind, with Lewis Jackson in eighth, and Dylan Patrick will round out the field. Very closely matched. A lot of the karts out there. But Santiago Simeone triumphed over all of them. 3 races to go. The Junior Rotax Max Final up next. The Junior Rotax Max Final ready to get underway. And so it's going to be the final action for all of these karts out there. And you never guess it, once again, we have an opportunity for a three-peat for Ayrton Ray. We've had a Senna take a three-peat today. Now it's the chance for Ayrton to give it a go. But he's under a lot of pressure. Tigran Grigorian, very, very quick and very ready to give him a go for that position. Ronnie Jones ready to do the same thing, I would imagine. As well, of course, he ended up last race third place. Harry Friel in fourth, and well, there's a couple of karts further back that we're hoping to take that opportunity further forward. The likes of Harry Search, Harvey Watts, who qualified higher up than they finished, but we will, in fact, they both did not end up finishing, but we will see as they head down the straight to start their 8-minute plus 1 lap chase to end off round number 3 of their season. Ayrton Ray heading into the first corner in the lead, but Tigran Grigorian is going to drop down a couple of positions. Vinnie Cunningham trying to pressure and is going to get ahead. The inside line though beckons for Tigran, who manages to hold on to that position. The 240 of Timi Shahini around the outside. Bit of contact between himself and the kart further back, but in the end holds onto it. Mia Minot in 5th place, trying to make that move potentially forward, and Ayrton Ray continues to lead the race at the end of the first lap. 2nd place for Tigran was under pressure from Vinnie Cunningham, but he does hold on to it. Timi Shahini in 4th, Harry Friel in 5th place, gaining that position off of Mia Minot, as well, we've got a slightly smaller field than we did earlier on. There's the 144, Dylan Suresh, very close to contact between himself and Ronnie Chapman, and in the end does manage to hold on to the position. The 90 on through on the 333 as well. Harvey Watts getting through on Zuzana Mikulovska, and does so, moves up a position as well. So they got very, very close indeed into turn number 5. And I mean, it's one of those things, I think, I was talking about earlier on, it being difficult to go side by side in a kart track. Today, with the size of these karts, it's even harder, as the 144, Dylan Suresh gets through on Mia Minot and drops down the 73, another position, moves up into 6th place and has gained 5 from the original starting position that he was supposed to be in. Tyler Nickelbane has gained 6 from the starting position that he was supposed to be in. Not Harry Friel. Yes, it is indeed Harry Friel, actually. He was supposed to start from 10th, but now is in 4th place. He's made his way past Timmy Shaheeney and, in fact, has gained another position up to the top 3 ahead of Vinnie Cunningham as we head on to the 3rd lap of this race. The top 2 have a gap of 1.4 seconds. Ayrton Ray with the fastest lap last time out, and it really feels as though Tigran Grigorian can really give him a charge here. Harry Search on the back of Ronnie Chapman did look for a move, but in the end, there wasn't really any opportunity, and so he ended up backing out. Ayrton Ray continuing to lead this one, only 0.06 of a second ahead of Tigran Grigorian as they headed out of the last lap and towards the timing. And once again, it's only 0.03 between the two drivers, but crucially, Ayrton Ray is the one who's benefited both laps around. And so, Grigorian dropping a little bit further back at the moment as that's a move. Dylan Suresh on the inside of Timmy Shaheeney. And that is 5th place for Suresh, who continues that charge up the order. A very, very good one indeed. Of course, started this race with a penalty and, well, made his way back up the order. And will be very happy with where he's ended up. He was under investigation, of course, after the last race. But he's managed to make his way into that 5th spot and will continue that chase up. The next target on his list will be Vinnie Cunningham in 4th place, the 42, ready to go racing for now. 33 defending very hard against the 404 as Harry searches for a chance to get through on Ronnie Chapman. Does he get it on the exit? No. But does he threaten? Does he maybe force a mistake out of the 33 later on in the race? No, not yet. Ayrton Ray coming to the line. It was the fastest lap for Tigran Grigorian on lap 5, but lap 6 Ayrton Ray snatches it right back. They keep flip-flopping between who's quicker. That last time it was 0.07 of a second between Ray and Grigorian, as there's a contact warning for the number 377 and an investigation into Dylan Suresh for, I'd imagine, contact, because that's when that has been appearing. And, well, there's also a mechanical flag for the number 90, Harvey Watts, who has come into the pit lane. Lachlan McDougall, also the same thing, unfortunately, has not been able to continue on in this race. And so that drops us down to 12 drivers. Ayrton Ray to the line, Tigran Grigorian a 10th faster. So all the hard work that Ayrton Ray's done to gradually build that gap has just been broken right down, and the 377 is really close to the back, as is Dylan Suresh on the back of Vinnie Cunningham, and to the inside he goes. Vinnie tries to come back on the exit, but the overspeed for Dylan is so much better. He gains a position, and that might be another one lost as well. Timmy Shaheeney alongside Cunningham, trying to take that 5th place off him now. He's gone from 4th to potentially 6th within the space of a couple of corners. And in the end of that fight, they will continue. Well, I say in the end of the fight, the fight's not done yet, as Vinnie Cunningham comes across the line 0.006 ahead of Timmy Shaheeney, who gets a contact warning all of his own. And then on the exit, the 240 is ahead of the 42 in the end, who looks around the outside. Miyamano might try and take the most out of this opportunity, but no, in the end, just backs off. Doesn't feel as though it's her fight just yet, which, I mean, she wouldn't be necessarily wrong in that one, because Shaheeney and Cunningham will only be looking at each other. They won't be looking at anybody else, but they will be very much looking at each other. Ayrton Ray, fastest lap on lap number 8, and Tigran Grigorian 0.3 slower. On the last lap, there was a 10th between them, so I think Ayrton Ray has managed to get everything out of Tigran Grigorian. There is nothing left out of him, as Timmy Shaheeney is able to get, well, he's able to get again. It's still in the lead ahead of Cunningham, but another contact warning for the 240. It's going to be very nervy times indeed for the 240 to try and avoid being investigated for anything later on in this race, which of course has cost a couple of drivers across the course of today. No less than 3 drivers in the last race got penalties. And, well, Dylan Suresh, Tyler Nickelbane and Declan Perez will be hoping to carry on, although, of course, Dylan Suresh was the only one that wasn't about the front fairing. His was about unfairly gaining an advantage, is the official terminology that has been used. And we will see who will be ahead as they get to the end of the race, and we'll see whether there's going to be any more warnings. This is a contact warning for Mia Minot, just behind them in that fight, who was racing with Vinnie Cunningham for position, and is still racing with Vinnie Cunningham for position, still racing Timmy Shaheeney for position. They come through one by one on the exit of turn 3 and down towards turn 4 into the braking zone they go. Timmy Shaheeney remains ahead, the 42 remaining sandwiched in between these two carts at the moment. And, well, 58 seconds left in this race. Where is Ayrton Ray, who's just set the fastest lap? Tigran Grigorian has set his personal best as well, but he's not going to catch up to Ayrton Ray, especially not with pace like that, Ayrton. A 35.273 for Ayrton Ray that sees him ahead of Tigran Grigorian by 0.13 seconds. So in terms of the pace on the last lap. So the gap between them, 0.9 of a second. So Ayrton extracted the pace and will be heading on to what will be the final lap in just a few moments' time. In fact, we might be able to squeeze in another lap of racing out there in the Junior Rotax Max Final, depending on when Ayrton Ray comes to the line. And I think now we will be getting 1 or 2 more laps under green flag conditions. Fastest lap once again for Ayrton Ray, and indeed it will be 2 more laps. 1.97 ahead of Tigran Grigorian. In second place, Harry Friel in third at 3.5 off of the back of the top 2. So hasn't really had the pace to keep up with them. Vinnie Cunningham really close to the back of Shaheeney once again, and Mia Minot doing the same thing. The 404 of Harry Search trying to fight with Nickelbane right in behind them as well. So fight still on into the final lap. 5th down to 9th place, still not chosen. And, well, we will see as the final lap is ready to get underway. Ayrton Ray up to the line and setting another fastest lap, a 35.220 for himself. Tigran Grigorian another 35.3. So quick, but not quite quick enough to keep up with Ayrton Ray. Harry Friel comes across the line in 3rd place, and Dylan Suresh will be in 4th with a personal best, all of his own. Timmy Shaheeney, Vinnie Cunningham and Mia Minot split by 0.5 of a second total. That's probably the biggest gap that they've had so far throughout the course of the last few laps. And, well, they'll try to come to the end of this race in maybe the same formation, maybe different. Of course, they'll all want to be at the very top of that order. But Ayrton Ray, absolutely incredible throughout the course of today. And he will also be the latest driver to get 3 and 3 in the Junior Rotax Max Final. The 1:18 taking the victory 1.5 seconds ahead of Tigran Grigorian, who gave him a good go, but wasn't quite quick enough. Harry Friel in 3rd place, Dylan Suresh in 4th. And then Shaheeney, Cunningham and Minot in that order. Nickelbane and Search in that order. In at 5th down to 9th place. Ronnie Chapman will round out the top 10. Zuzana Mikulovska will be in 11th place ahead of Felix Jolly. Harvey Watts and Lachlan McDougall, unfortunately, not able to finish the race. But that is the end of our Junior Rotax action here today. It's the seniors and the 177s to finish us off for a good day of round number 3 of the Rye House Kart Club. The penultimate race of the day is underway, or will be underway very shortly. The formation lap for it is underway, and it'll be the Senior Rotax Max Final. And, well, we will see who's going to be able to come out on top in this one. And, well, if it's anything like all the other races, it'll have the same winner. It'll be Ryan Welsh, who will be starting from that pole position. Callum Scrivens will be alongside him. It'll be Marius Smith in third place and Luigi Polini in fourth. Franklin Vassama in fifth and Thomas Aswad in sixth place. Don't forget, he is the 363, even though he is the number 3 on the timing screens. Alex Badea in 7th and Jasper North in 8th. Carson Fernandez in 9th and Anthony Parfitt rounding out the top 10. It's Joyner, Islam, Kendall, Cooper, Ramsey and Kunyasic. So a lot of the quicker karters out of position as we're going to go to green flag racing. Ryan Welsh is going to lead the way into the first corner and he will be on the inside line. Callum Scrivens will be around the outside. Will he be able to snatch that position away, or will he have to succumb it? He'll have to succumb it in the end, but he really gave it a good go as 16 is going to go around the outside for fourth place. That will be on Franklin Vassama. Can he make his way through and up a position? And, well, it's not, in fact, the 16. It is, I believe, the 18 of Ryan Welsh, who tried to hold on to position. We'll see who it is as they come around to the line, because it could also be Luigi Polini, but we'll end the first lap with our leader, Callum Scrivens, leading the way, or Ryan Welsh even leading the way ahead of Callum Scrivens. Marius Smith in third place and Franklin Vassama in fourth. Anthony Parfitt all the way up to fifth place from 10th. A very, very good start indeed from the number 47, and, well, we will keep them going on as it stands. The 81 down the inside maybe of the 58. Jasper North looking for a move on Callum Ramsey, but can't quite do so. Little bit of a squabble in the mid-pack. Mikhail Islam involved with Lewis Joyner. It'll be Joyner who rejoins ahead in that position, and Mikhail Islam, who's forced to just back out of it and not make that move. Lewis Joyner actually gets a contact warning for that move with Mikhail Islam. And Ryan Welsh will head on to the next lap with the fastest lap of the race as well, 34.262 for the number 18. And everybody else just following suit. Callum Scrivens, second place, 5 tenths off the back, a tenth and a half slower on the previous lap time. Marius Smith a little bit quicker than Scrivens. Parfitt's a little bit quicker than Smith. So it's very close between all of them. And in fact, Matthew Kendall went along across the line side by side with Carson Fernandez. And we'll be hoping to get ahead of the number 67 onto what will be the third lap. Ryan Welsh fastest lap once again, 35.036. Callum Scrivens, 35.099 in second place. So he is only going to be about 600 off of the back. Marius Smith in third place. A little bit slower than Anthony Parfitt. So the 47 might get the chance to make his way through. Lewis Joyner might be making his way through on Kendall as well, as the fighting for Matthew Kendall with Carson Fernandez saw him lose a position to Mikhail Islam, and potentially Lewis Joyner very soon as well, but not quite yet, as well, 5 minutes 45 left in this race. And Lewis and Ryan Welsh is going to come around to the final corner once again, start the next lap once again. A mechanical flag for Alex Badea from 7th place, a very unfortunate one for himself. Anthony Parfitt with the fastest lap of the race in his pursuit of the top 4 karters, and more specifically his pursuit of Marius Smith, his next target up, and he'll have a look for him. 22, Mikhail Islam down the inside of Carson Fernandez does make that move, and the 41 of Matthew Kendall defending from Lewis Joyner as well. So a couple of big moves being made, a couple of big moves being warded off as well. But Callum Scrivens, the closest of any karter so far, I think, to be able to snatch this third victory of 3 off of the leader, and it'll be Ryan Welsh, the karter, who is going to be in the lead at the moment. The 18 leads the 13 onto what will be the 5th lap of this race. 5 tenths separating the top 2 karts at the moment, and barely anything splitting Lewis Joyner and Matthew Kendall, who will be fighting away. Is there going to be a move potentially for the 66? Not quite yet, but on the exit, not quite yet as well. So he remains in behind, but still in the fight. Anthony Parfitt very, very quick indeed, and will be looking for that move of Marius Smith onto the podium within the next couple of laps indeed. 4 minutes 30, and in fact he has made that move on Marius Smith up a position into the top 3, and that momentum for the 47 is very, very good, and he'll hope to continue that on for a very long time. The 26 to the inside of the 88, or the 46 even, so Luigi Polini trying to make his way through on Franklin Vassama. Vassama's going to try and fight back around the outside. They'll be alongside each other. There'll be contact between the 2 behind as well. I think, in fact, Mikhail Islam made more contact with the curbing there than he did with Thomas Aswad, but in the end, Islam just made his way through. Welsh will be coming to the line once again in the lead of the race once again, and Callum Scrivens not quite close enough as Ryan Welsh once again sets the fastest lap of the race. Anthony Parfitt going quicker than Scrivens, so he might get the chance to make his way through very, very shortly on the 13, but he's going to need to work incredibly hard for it. And, well, we'll see who's going to be able to catch that one up in the end. The 66 on the back of the 41, so Lewis Joyner on the back of Matthew Kendall. Not able to make the move on into turn 4, but turn 5 they will be alongside each other. Who gets the better exit? Well, it doesn't matter, because Matthew Kendall has the inside line, and that is the most crucial part of all of it. Ryan Welsh 34.9, Callum Scrivens 34.9, Anthony Parfitt 34.8, and those top 3 the quickest of the field here today in this session, in this race at the very, very least. Welsh continues on in the lead of this race at the moment. Scrivens second, Parfitt third, and I think Parfitt is going to try and go for it on Scrivens late on, if he can catch up late in the day. With 2 minutes 50 left, and contact warning for Lewis Joyner with contact that might have been with Matthew Kendall as Anthony Parfitt. Fastest lap of the race, a tenth quicker than Scrivens, ready to make his way through. Mikhail Islam through on Luigi Bellini. Lewis Joyner through on Matthew Kendall as well. 10th and 11th swapping around, and 22nd and 46th swapping around as well. So they're making moves up the order, and 2 minutes 20 left in this race session. Ryan Welsh 6/10 ahead of Callum Scrivens. Anthony Parfitt 7/10 off the back of Scrivens. What's the gap going to be on this lap? This is probably the most crucial split of them all. They'll come across the line. 3/10 between Welsh and Scrivens, 6/10 between Parfitt and Scrivens, but the race for the lead is very much still on. The race also for 5th place is very much still on. Vasama fighting with Islam, fighting with Bellini for 5th, 6th and 7th place. That's the 88, the 22 and the 46, and in fact the 22 did make its way through, but the 88 made his way through back, and that's a big incident. A couple of spins for Mikhail Islam, who drops down the order. I'm not sure whether he's able to get the kart going again, but just ended up riding the side of the kart ahead, and that is not what he would have wanted to see in any way, shape or form. Yellow flags obviously waved to that part of the circuit. Welsh 3/10 ahead of Callum Scrivens. Anthony Parfitt 5/10 off the back of Scrivens at the moment, but they will have to slow down for the yellow flags as they try to recover the kart. Very unfortunate for that kart, I believe, and the karter, of course, who would have been inside of that kart is that Franklin Osama who is going to drop down positions. We will see, because I thought it was Mikhail Islam, but I think, yeah, no, he's continuing on, so it's absolutely not for the 22. He will continue on, a scare potentially those watching at home or watching in the grandstand for ourselves. Grandstands is dramatic, but watching from the stands, and well, we will see what is going to happen for the last 30 seconds of this race. Ryan Welsh leading the way. Callum Scrivens with a personal best last time out. There'll be 2 more laps of racing before we get to the end, and the gap between the top 2, 0.463. Anthony Parfitt 0.337 in 3rd place, and so he might get his way past on Callum Scrivens if he can set it up well enough, but nobody really close enough to make a move up there. Luigi Bellini through on Carson Fernandez. Fernandez dropping down another position to Callum Ramsey as well, and well, the 58 of Callum Ramsey ahead of Fernandez, who looks like he might not be coming to the end of this race, unfortunately, number 67. So we will be heading on to the final lap. Where will we be seeing these drivers? Ryan Welsh looks like he might be taking his first place home, 4.472 seconds ahead of Callum Scrivens in 2nd place. Anthony Parfitt in 3rd, 0.413 ahead of him. And well, I don't think those are surmountable gaps. I think if you set them up well, then it would be, as there's an investigation. Mikhail Islam and Lewis Joyner. Joyner was a couple of laps ago. I already spoke about that, but Mikhail Islam is a new one, as Ryan Welsh is going to come home and take 3 out of 3 for his races here today. It's yet another one, and for the 18, it's victory in the Senior Rotax final. Callum Scrivens comes home in 2nd place. Anthony Parfitt 3rd, and Marius Smith 4th. Lewis Joyner got through on Thomas Asuad on the penultimate lap and held on to the position at the end, with Matthew Kendall ahead of Chloe Kunyasic. Luigi Bellini dropping a couple of positions at the end. Mikhail Islam, Jasper North, Alex Cooper, then Bellini come home in 8th, down to 12th, Callum Ramsey. Then Fernandez, Vasama and Badea, the non-finishers. And that's the end of the Senior Rotax action. One more race here today. The RHKC 177 Rotax final, where we can see, or we will be able to get the chance to see, The only race today that has not had a double winner, that could go on to be a treble winner. Race 1 was won by Taylor Bellini. Race 2 was won by Bill Bowyer. And now, there is one more race to go. Last race of the day then, and it's going to be the most populated category of the day, of course. 25 karts this time, taking to the 177 Rotax field, and we will see what happens with the last race indeed. Taylor Bellini from pole position, Bill Bowyer alongside him, the two victors from the two races that we've had before, and we're going to get ready to get underway. The karts go down the straight, and it's for the final time today. Not green flag racing because the lights haven't gone out, so I think we're going to have another false start as somebody has gone into the pit lane. And well, I really thought we were getting our final start for today, but they're going to slow down. We've got one more time to make the most of it. And this is our chance, one final chance for the karts to go down the straight, and this time it will be green flag racing for the final time in the Rye House Kart Club round number 3 of 2026. Taylor Bellini's going to lead into the first corner. He's going to lead out of the first corner as well. Harry Taylor has taken second place off of Bill Bowyer as it's side by side further back between a lot of the karts. It's a good exit for, I believe that to be Jimmy Galloway, who's had a very good start to his race. Cal Miller, an even better one, and he's trying to climb up the order at the moment. And, well, we'll see where everybody else stacks up in this race as finally we've been able to get the opportunity to get going in this race, and it will be Bellini who leads us on to the end of the first lap. Harry Taylor in second place, Bill Bowyer in third, and Jake Bradfield in fourth. Jimmy Galloway, I said he had a good start, and he's gained 6 places on the last lap. Cal Miller doing the same thing, and Jack Taylor gaining 4, Dan Wright gaining 5 in a dramatic start to the race, and it's another position gain for Jimmy Galloway. Double correction to make sure that he seals the move on Hugo Pereira, but he does so, and that's a move up to 5th place for the number 32. A very good move for himself indeed, and he will continue on in this race in a much higher position. We had 2 people on the full start. The reason for the full start is they weren't able to get going in the end, and Taylor Bellini with the fastest lap once again, a 35.8 to 823. Harry Taylor just behind with a 35.9. He's going to try and catch up. Bill Bowyer and Jake Bradfield are going to race with each other potentially, with Mark Jackson and Cal Miller also ready potentially to fight away, as that is the 24 of Adam Smith being overtaken by the number 9 of Dan Wright for 15th place. A good move in the end for Dan Wright, and he moves up into 15th with no real trouble at all. We will cross the line once again, and it will be on to lap number 3. Taylor Bellini with a 35.670, but Jimmy Galloway with the fastest lap, snatching it off him. He's moved up 9 places since his projected start in 14th. A very, very good start indeed, and he's going to hope to make the most of that momentum. He's certainly the quickest driver out there as the 183 to the inside. Wayne Smithers fighting away with Drew Lamas and trying to take the position in the end. It will be Nicholas Ash taking the advantage and making his way through on both of them, gaining positions and moving up to what I believe is 11th place, which is a very, very good achievement indeed. Drew Lammers losing a couple on the previous lap, and we'll cross the line. Where are they going to come across the line? Yeah, Lammers drops down to 12th place, has lost 3 places since where he was last lap. Wayne Smithers and Nicholas Ash both making their way up, and the number 8 looking for another position. Jack Taylor to the inside of Mark Jackson and does get through. The number 8 gaining another place, and Hugo Pereira looking vulnerable slightly further up the order, hoping to make his way through. They were alongside each other into turn 6, but as they headed out of turn 7, no such doing. Taylor Bellini second ahead of Harry Taylor at the very top of the field, and he looks like he's going to take advantage of that, but Harry Taylor slightly quicker on the last lap. Bill Bowyer slightly quicker than both of them on the previous lap time, and Jimmy Galloway with another fastest lap to the top 5 are not going to be split by too much just yet. Galloway needs to find his way past Jake Bradfield if he wants to get any further up in the order, and he's going to look to the inside of turn number 5. That's probably the cleanest move we've seen all day, as the 161 tries to do the same. Hugo Pereira doesn't quite expect it, and so he loses a few positions. The 34 and the 163, or the 183 even, going through as well. So Mark Jackson, Cal Miller and Wayne Smithers all making positions up on Hugo Pereira, jumping up to 7th place and 8th and 9th respectively, with Hugo dropping down to just inside the top 10. Jimmy Galloway, of course, making his way through on Jake Bradfield, and now has his sights set on Bill Bowyer, but there's a second between the two karts, as the 14 with a late lunge to the inside of Harry Taylor can't quite pull it off, so he's going to try and do so on the exit of the next corner. Cal Miller looking for the move on Jackson, and there's contact between the two. He's sent it massively to the inside, and Mark Jackson letting Cal Miller know exactly what he thinks about that one, but eventually letting him back through. The 34 getting through on the 161, but they both lose positions, so it's a bittersweet overtake to make for himself. Taylor Bellini crossing the line once again. Harry Taylor, Bill Bowyer, Jimmy Galloway and Jake Bradfield all very close together. They're going to be split by about 1.6 seconds as Wayne Smithers and Hugo Pereira and everybody further down gains that 1 or 2 positions because of what happened to Cal Miller and Mark Jackson earlier on when they had that contact into turn number 4. And Cal Miller, contact warning. Mark Taylor under investigation for contact that happened earlier on. And we'll see what comes of that. 3 minutes 18 left in this hectic final race of the day. And it will be the 23 fighting the 24. Mark Taylor and Adam Smith with Jason Newman waiting in the background. And in fact, that's poor exit from Adam Smith. That means that Jason Newman can make his way through. Position gained as he pounced on the opportunity. Further up, Bill Bowyer for that 3rd place has been able to fight closer to Harry Taylor. Jimmy Galloway trying to remain in the fight just about in the background of those 2 karts, and the 34 going for a send. Cal Miller trying to regain positions. James Benton, the latest one, and he's been successful. Is Mark Jackson going to be able to make his way through as well? Of course, they both qualified and were higher up, but the contact dropped them further down as Adam Smith threw on Mark Taylor, as is Jason Newman. So 2 positions moved up for them and 2 positions dropped down for Mark Taylor. The biggest gainer is Jimmy Galloway, of course, after his incredible race so far. But in fact, it's Dan Wright from 27th all the way up to 11th. But he's got a mechanical flag, has Mark Taylor. So that'll be, or has Dan Wright even. So that'll be very, very interesting indeed to see what will happen with that one. As I had an eye on Mark Taylor because he was going to drop down the scoreboard. And indeed he did. Jason Newman and Adam Smith moving up. Cal Miller of course, moving up past James Benton. 2 minutes left to go in this race, and Taylor Bellini 2.1 ahead of Harry Taylor. Fastest lap of the race for Jimmy Galloway, who sets a 35.377. He's been the quickest of this race by far, but of course, because he started further back, he was automatically added to 3-car pack for that 2nd place. I don't think this one's over, folks, for the podium. I don't think this is the order they're going to finish in, but we're going to have to wait and see for the final 1 minute and 42 seconds who is going to come out on top. Jimmy Galloway ready to fight with Bill Bowyer and Harry Taylor, and ready to gain those places onto that podium. There's a side-by-side moment down the straight as the 12 makes its way past the 1-2-2. That'll be Domenico Brancato and Jonathan Militello swapping positions. Jack Taylor snatching fastest lap off of Jimmy Galloway. And, well, they made their way up past Harry Taylor, who's had a problem of his own. Where has the number 0 gone off? I didn't see it, but he has had a problem somewhere on this racetrack, and so he is going to drop down. Tay, who's looking very racy. Cal Miller trying to make his way further up, and he's got Dan Wright for company for that 10th place. Can he make his way through? Not quite yet, and so he waits and watches in behind as, well, 49 seconds left in this race. Taylor Bellini, well, I would imagine there's going to be 2 more laps left in this race as, well, he finds himself in the first part of the sector now, and Jimmy Galloway 3.5 in behind. Bill Bowyer in 3rd place, and Cal Miller did finally get that move done on Dan Wright, by the way, and he moved up into the top 10, and Galloway got the move done on Bowyer. So maybe the 14 little bit thrown off by the fact that Harry Taylor wasn't in the fight anymore. Of course, he's actually out of the race, unfortunately, and there's a black flag out there for the number 9, Dan Wright, who was in 10th place on the last lap, got overtaken by James Benton, or got overtaken by Cal Miller, was going to fall into the trap of James Benton now. He has picked up a black flag. 8 seconds left in this race, and Taylor Bellini is going to take us on to what will be the final 2 laps of racing here today. It's been a sensational day for a lot of the drivers. Of course, we've seen the same victor in all of the races, in all but one of the classes, but that does not stop the action from being absolutely incredible, and it's been a pleasure to be involved in. Taylor Bellini takes us on to the final lap of the day then. Jimmy Galloway will be following through at about 4 seconds off, I would imagine, with Bill Bowyer in 3rd place, and it will be just over 4 seconds between the two. Jake Bradford is going to be behind Bill Bowyer by 7/10 of a second. Jack Taylor behind Bradfield by 3, and well, we'll see where they end up. Last lap of this race, and Taylor Bellini is going to take us to the end of this one. A very, very strong performance having to recover after the second race where it didn't quite go so well. But everything else this weekend, everything else today, has been perfect for Bellini, who comes around the final corner and will end off today's action with a win in the 177 Rotax final for Taylor Bellini. Second place will go to Jimmy Galloway, an impressive fight back through the field ahead of Bill Bowyer in third place, and Jack Taylor, who takes fourth off of Jake Bradfield in fifth. Wayne Smithers will come home in sixth place ahead of Hugo Pereira. And then Ash, Lammers and Miller will round out the top 10, but it will be Miller ahead of Lammers. Mark Jackson in 11th place ahead of James Benson. Dave Darnborough in 13th place and Stephen Kahn in 14th. Then Toklov, Newman and then Smith and Taylor will be our final finishers. Militello and Brancato, I believe. They also finished, but they were a lap down. And Wright, Taylor and Elsher all out of the race. Just to give you a run through of the standings before we end off today. The Como Bambinos, for whatever reason, we still don't have, of course, Capalonga in those. But it's Green, then DeGiorgio, Miller and Wilmington with 192, 184 and 135 points respectively. Then the GX 200 cadets, it's Jensen Kuller, who of course did not show up today. He's in the lead of that one, 9 points ahead of Harry Grant. Third place, Brandon Lackshow. Fourth, Jaden Bond. And fifth, David Chiaka. And then Chase Wilmington, Freddie Williams, Dominic Oaksack and Callum Ryan round out the top 9, with Kian Kimber rounding out the top 10. Ted Fry, Shailen Srikantan, Oliver Ratton, Oscar Baker and Max Archer round out the karts in general, with Baker and Archer making their debuts here today. And then in the junior Rotax, it will be Ronnie Jones who leads the way, 9 points ahead of Ayrton Ray in second place, Thomas Welsford in third and Timmy Shahini in fourth. Vinnie Cunningham finds himself in fifth place with Harry Search and Harry Friel sixth and seventh, Harvey Watts, Tigran Gregorian and Luke Weavers rounding out the top 10. Ronnie Chapman in 11th, Edward Jones in 12th, Dylan Suresh in 13th, Declan Perez in 14th, then Tyler Nickelbane, Susanna Mikulavska, Lachlan McDougall, Roman Curtis, Tyler Mason-Gray, Mia Minot, Jamie Riches, then Felix Jolly and Tudor Gianta rounding out the field, with Minot and Jolly making their series bows today. In the Micromax standings, Leo Hunt leads the way with just 7 points ahead of Tommy Lovejoy. Hugo Senna just 4 points off of those two after maximum points here today. Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite is going to be in fourth place, with Ezra Robinson Matthews in fifth and Cal Vieira in sixth. Cooper Galloway in seventh, with Charlie Cale, AJ Halil and Felix Tandy rounding out the field. In the top 10 with Ayas Soperstis, Elliot Hitch and Ralph Dempsey rounding out the order there, with Halil and Dempsey making their debuts. In the Rotax 177, it's Sands leading the way, 11 points ahead of Boyer. Third place for Lamas, fourth for Bradfield, then Militello, Benson, Taylor, Ash, Pereira and Emerson rounding out the top 10. Mark Taylor, Wright, Brancato, Ockenden, Darnborough, Baker, Miller, Bellini and Churchill and Barr rounding out the top 20, with Jackson, Smithers, Toklov, Tolley, Smith, Galloway, Elsher, Taylor, Jack Taylor that is, Newman, Khan, Hibbard and Allison rounding out the field, with a number of those making their debuts here today. In the Rotax Inters, it is Rio Pagnoto who continues to lead the way there, of course, because this drop week will count towards his score. He can't afford to drop any more points. Filip Polishkov, Harrison Utram in second and third, 3 points splitting those two, with Leyland Bradnam under 10 points behind Polishkov as well. Then Oliver Stonebrook in fifth place, Theodore Nurse-Moore in sixth, Mohammed Umar Abdeen, James Carver, Santiago Simeone and TJ McLeish rounding out the top 10. Charlie Heffer, Lewis Jackson and Dylan Patrick rounding out the field, with 3 debutants today, Simeone, McLeish, Jackson and Patrick. And in the final, the final order in the senior Rotax, it's Ryan Welsh who leads the way there, 18 points ahead of Mikhail Islam, Marius Smith in third, Thomas Eswad in fourth. Anthony Parfitt in fifth, Craig Jones in sixth, Chloe Kunyasic in seventh, and then Luigi Pellini, Matthew Kendall and Franklin Vasama round out the top 10. Then Jasper North, Bo Sullivan, Lewis Joyner, Carson Fernandez, Lucas Mason-Gray, Alex Cooper, Alex Badea, Callum Scrivens, Rex Ashley, Bradley Keaton, Callum Ramsey and Ashton Baker round out the field there. Thank you very much to everybody who joined us here today, whether you joined us in person or on the live streams, which have been a great addition. And they're always fun to watch back, not just for ourselves, but also for those who potentially competed in the race. But we had a great turnout here today from what I saw. And, well, it was very, very good fun indeed. Thank you very much to everybody today, from the drivers to the organisers to everybody watching on and